say that some of the links in the document didn't actually go anywhere, but I'd rather bring that up now than later.
Okay, everyone, welcome to today's council meeting for the 10th of June. I will open this meeting with karakia. Whakatakata ki te uru, whakatakata ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, hi tio, hi huka, hi hohu, ti, hei, Māori ora. Next on our agenda is apologies. I have an apology from Councillor Munt for today. Can I have someone move that? Sophie, and second Aaron. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Next on the list there is identification for extraordinary business. Councillors, I brought up with you a extraordinary business of leave of absence for Councillor Munt, so we will just address that at the end of today's meeting, if that is okay with you. In the agenda pack we have our conflicts of interest register. Are there any conflicts of interest on today's papers? Aaron?
There's one about the noise contour, isn't there? Is that in today's papers, the airport one? Is the airport paper... It's not in today's papers.
No.
I've read it somewhere else recently, but I have one with that.
No, there is no airport contour paper in today's agenda. Lovely. In tab 4, actually, you'll see something new within the agenda, and that is an AI summary, and it is just a bit of a test, and there it is noted in yellow. And if there is anything that does go into next council papers, if there is an AI summary within that, it will be coloured yellow for you to distinguish any difference for that as well. We will move on to confirmation of minutes. So within here we have 3 sets of minutes. So we have council minutes from the 13th of May, we have extraordinary council minutes from the 27th of May, and we have annual plan deliberation minutes from the 20th and 21st of May. Are there any matters arising from the minutes that we have there? Sam?
On the 13th of May, I didn't see if anybody had seconded my audit and risk report. Just to clarify, I'm pretty sure we did, or maybe we didn't. I'm not sure.
We can go back and check that. Thanks,
Cool.
Sam.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Are there any other matters arising from the 3 sets of minutes that we have there? There being none, I ask for a mover that they be a true and accurate record. Sarah, and a seconder, Big Red. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Public forum. So we have 2 people in public forum today. First up, we have Ian Connor from the Ellesmere Reserve Board for the notice of motion that we have within the agenda today. Welcome, Ian, and please, I know that is a very long way away, but please take a seat, make yourself at home. There is a microphone in front of you. If you push the right hand button, it will glow up red, and that means that we can all hear you well.
Good.
And then, so you have 5 minutes, and then we have time for questions from councillors for any clarification on today's public forum. So over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to the Ellesmere Reserves Board motion. My name's Ian Connor. I'm a member and past secretary of the Ellesmere Golf Club. The Ellesmere Domain Board, which became the Ellesmere Reserves Board, was set up in 1878 to initially manage and administer the Ellesmere Domain. Other recreation reserves within the Ellesmere County were added to the board's management over time, making eight properties in total now. The Gamble estate was bequeathed to the Crown in 1921 in William Gamble's will to be developed as a recreation reserve. In 1928, the bequest was formally documented by the Commissioner of Crown Lands to be managed as a recreation reserve by the Ellesmere Domain Board. Because there was no demand for a recreation reserve at Little Rakaia, the Gamble estate land was leased for farming, with the income going to the Reserves Board to use to manage the reserves. The Gamble bequest is clear that the land is to be administered as a recreation ground/reserve, with any benefit from the bequest to be confined to recreation grounds and reserves within the Ellesmere district. That's the old Ellesmere County Council district. The Ellesmere Golf Club submission is that the motion passed at the council meeting on the 18th of June 2025, making the Ellesmere Reserves Board reserve fund applicable to the whole Selwyn district, is unlawful and should be rescinded. The Reserves Board fund is the income from the Gamble estate bequest and is independent of the Selwyn District Council. Mr Gamble's bequest was a special purpose gift to the Crown, so survives in perpetuity until the Crown changes its status. The Ellesmere Reserves Board reserve must remain in a fund which is clearly identifiable as the Gamble estate-related funds, so it can be distributed only to the reserves, recreation reserves within the Ellesmere district as it existed in 1921. A Reserves Board equivalent needs to be reinstated to administer the Reserves Board fund. The Golf Club sees a couple of potential options. The first one is to revert the funding to the same basis as in the past, administered by a Reserves Board committee set up under the Council. An alternative could be to pay the Golf Club an annual fixed grant from the Reserves Board and provide receipts to show how it has been spent. There's a few other points we think need to be considered in setting up a new process. In the 4 years 2021 to 2025, the Golf Club received an average of $30,024 per year from the Contestable Reserves Board Fund. This comprises approximately 8% of the Golf Club's income. The Golf Club undertakes all maintenance on the course with no input or funding from the Council, unlike the other Reserves Board recreation grounds, where the Council carries out maintenance. Maintenance undertaken by the Golf Club includes some items which we think should be Reserve Board costs, including the annual trimming and maintenance of the course perimeter hedges and installation and maintenance of filters to reduce nitrates to safe levels in our bore water supply to the clubhouse. The club has significant machinery to maintain the course, and we need to budget around $100,000 every 2 years or so to replace one of our 5 mowers. We need to look at extra funding each time this occurs, and grants are a significant part of this. We've raised debentures from members for the latest mower purchase. The Reserve Board grants to the Golf Club have been justified community funding. The Golf Club has over 300 members, making it one of the largest community clubs in the Ellesmere district, if not the largest. Many of these members are retired and many on limited incomes, so the club works hard to limit costs and keep subscriptions affordable. The course attracts in excess of 3,000 green fee players each year, most of which come from outside the district. Many of these will buy refreshments and fuel, etc., bringing income into the district. Our submission to the Council is to reinstate the Ellesmere Reserves Board as it successfully operated for many decades, distributing community funds locally as intended. This is a self-funding exercise with no additional cost to the Council. The current Reserves Board fund balance is understood to be around about $263,000 and annual rental income approximately $64,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I really appreciate the history and knowledge that you bring to us from the Ellesmere District. It's much appreciated for you to take time out of your day to come and speak to us. I don't know if there's questions from councillors here, but I noticed you have a set of notes with you. Would it be okay if we had those to add those to the agenda today? Would be very much so appreciated. Are there any questions from councillors? Everyone's pretty across this. We've got a paper. Oh, Bruce.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just one question. So it was directly related to the old County Council Ellesmere ward or area. Is that to be? You can confirm that?
The area was the bequest was to be spent in the Ellesmere district as it was defined then, which was the old Ellesmere County, of course. So that's where it comes up. But it was always administered by the Ellesmere Reserves Board, which is it's managing it on behalf of the Commission of Crown Lands. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess I just would look at that versus the 106 hectares that was bequeathed, or whatever that number is. I'm sort of plucking that from memory from last night. The county would be slightly bigger than that, I would have assumed.
Well, the original bequest, the Gamble land down at Little Rakaya, I can't remember the area of that, but I think it's less than 100 hectares, sorry.
Yep.
But of course, there's been 7 other. The Ellesmere Domain, which comprises the racetrack, the golf club, and leased farmland, is the old Ellesmere Reserve, and then there's 4 other properties as well. So it's expanded over that time.
Yeah, and I guess there'll be a decision later to understand that, but that actual map would be very, very helpful.
Yes, it's actually in the other meeting, other notes for the agenda, and it shows the area essentially bounded by the Selwyn River, State Highway 1, the Rakaya River, and the lake and the sea. And
I
that's
thought it was
defined
bigger
in
than that,
the papers.
That was that area. No, that is the actual 100 hectares. Okay.
Thank you very much. As you know, there's a paper in the agenda today, and then we address public forum at the end of the meeting in our response to you as well. So thank you very much
Thank you.
for coming in today. Next up, we have Kiralee Fee from Upper Selwyn Huts Owners Association. She has been particularly busy by the looks of the correspondence she's popped on our desk. Over to you whenever you're ready, Kiralee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. As you may already know, my name is Kiralee Fee from the Selwyn Huts Owners Association, who represents the majority of the Upper Selwyn Huts community. Item 12.7 in your agenda today is a discussion on our community's rubbish bin options. We thank you for the amount of time you have all spent considering the issues with this decision. I'd also like to thank Andrew as well. I'm not sure, is he here? Andrew Boyd?
No.
He's been working with me a lot over the last week, so that's been great. Up until now, our association has not been able to provide you with any direction in this matter, as we did not know if the annual plan submissions truly reflected the majority of our community. For this reason, over the past 2 weeks, the association has carried out a survey to determine which bin option the majority of our community preferred. There are 96 houses in our... this is the method. There are 96 houses in the community. We agreed on 1 vote per rates bill rather than 1 vote per person to better reflect the number of rubbish bin charges. We recorded the preference for each household that submitted on the annual plan. The association agreed on the wording for an unbiased neutral email that presented the 2 options with their associated costs. The choices were the current communal bins or our own individual bins, which is the same as the user pays option in today's agenda. If you want to assess the information we presented to the community and its neutrality, we've included a copy of these emails in the appendix for your information. We sent this email out to everyone we have emails for, which is 78 out of the 96 houses, including those submitted in the annual plan, so everyone were fully informed on the 2 options. We contacted the few who didn't have emails by alternative means, mostly by going door to door. The results. 56% of all houses in the Upper Selwyn Huts prefer the user pays option. 33% prefers communal bins, and 10% were not sure or did not respond. The results show there is a significant difference in the number preferring each option, with the majority of the community preferring the user pays model. These results are consistent with the results reported in today's agenda from the annual plan submissions. Houses on Speckman Ave. One of the major concerns about moving to a user pays model for rubbish collection was the negative impacts on the licence holders who live on Speckman Ave, where bins line up on collection day. For that reason, we also looked at what rubbish collection option was preferred by those houses. We can see from this result that the owners who live on Speckman Ave are evenly split between the two options, which differs from the overall community results, where the majority clearly preferred the user pay option. This probably reflects the increased concern about the impacts of the extra rubbish bins on these owners of the user pay option. Conclusions. We conclude that our survey results for the whole community are consistent with the annual plan submissions as reported in today's agenda, which shows the user pays option is preferred by the majority of our community. For that reason, our association supports option 2 in today's agenda, moving to the user pays bin system where hut owners opt into the different bin services or not, recognising the potential issues that have been raised. We do not support deferring this decision to next year's long-term plan. Finally, if you decide to move to the user pays bin system, we look forward to working with the council through a working group or similar process to identify practical solutions and mitigate any unintended impacts of the new system, particularly for homeowners on Speckman Ave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we are very lucky to have people in the community that will follow up and bring this information to us so that we can make effective decisions for that specific community. So thank you very much for the work that's happened here. Are there any questions from councillors? And first up, I've got Big Red.
Thanks, Kiralee. Just read the 9 no responses from all houses and the 5 from Speckman. Were they? You've obviously know who lives where and who responded, etc. Were they absentee owners?
Are they what, sorry?
Were they absentee owners, or like as in permanent residents, or are they batch owners?
I got my. I did have that. Oh, just there. I can tell you. Just 1 moment. I can tell you that 2 of them on Speckman Ave, 2 of them are unfortunately deceased estates, so we didn't follow up on those people. 836 and 22. Permanent, and permanent. They are not batch owners. So
right.
On Speckman Ave especially, 3 of them are permanents and 2 are deceased. And then, so the not sure is a permanent. Does that answer your question?
It does answer the question, but what I was trying to gauge was there a vibe between batch owners versus permanent residents on which way they wanted to go?
On Speckman Ave or in the whole community?
Just as a whole.
I didn't do those figures, but I can get those figures to you. My general feeling is batch owners prefer the individual bins.
Okay, rightio. Thank you. That's
so they could opt out.
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you very much. Any other questions from councillors? There being none. Kiralee, thank you so much. This is very, very useful for all of us here.
You're welcome, and it's definitely from the committee. We worked very hard on this, and I'd also like to say I think this might be the last time you have to see me for a while, so well done. Thank you.
Oh, hang on. We'll see you on Sunday for deed of licence. We're not over yet. But as you know, there's some decisions later in today's agenda, and then through public forum we'll get a response to you if you missed that. So thank you so much, and thanks Graham for coming in too. Councillors, that takes us to Mayor's report, and so Look, there's a few things in there. I take the report as read, but probably a couple of things I need to mention through there. There's the Court Statement of Intent, which is the feedback on that. We collated that and spent quite a few weeks sort of going back and forward and finding the right wording into that. So we just need to retrospectively endorse that. There is a attachment there for the LGNZ AGM to appoint a presiding member to vote at that AGM. And then the other one there is actually a resolution that has come from the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. When we met, there was an in-principle resolution to participate in the Canterbury Head Start proposal and to continue discussions with Canterbury councils. And so it is only fair that as Canterbury Mayoral Forum has no decision-making powers, that comes back to council for your guidance and decision on that particular proposal. There is a few paragraphs in there mentioning the simplifying local government, the Head Start, the amalgamation, whatever it is, name is attached to it at the moment. And I'm happy to take any questions on my report. No questions? You're thinking about it? Yeah, there we go. John?
Yeah, couldn't let that pass.
Yeah.
The 60-second survey, do you have a current update on responses?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me right now. Steve might have that.
Yeah, as of 8:30 this morning, I think there was 5,320 or 230. I've just got two of those numbers around the wrong way, but one of them will be right. Significant response from our community, and we will be bringing some information back to council in the coming week or two about the trend, about where the community is at, but certainly an amazing response to a very quick survey of our community.
Thank you. Sophie?
Yeah, I apologise. I should have emailed this through earlier and I forgot. 2.3 in your report says rape remediation. Council has progressed to the final stage of remediation. Attached redacted report for community clarity with a question mark. And it's. I was going to ask, but then I forgot. I'm afraid we're not there yet.
I do actually have the redacted report that should have been attached in there, so that is a slight oversight for me. We'll make sure that is shared and updated onto the agenda and circulated to councillors. Thank you very much. It shows that you read my report
Yeah, but
thoroughly.
I failed to follow through, so sorry. Thanks.
Cool. I can give that to everyone. Tracy?
Just a follow-up question on the Head Start survey, Steve. Are we confident that Christchurch people haven't answered our survey?
What we've got in our survey is another location, and this is a challenge for all councils around the country, is to not be able to exclude people from filling this out. So we can't really say unless they're self-nominated. But what I think we can say is that the community in Selwyn has come out based on where they've voted from.
Yeah, that was slightly tongue-in-cheek, sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
Noted. Councillors, the other thing is I get resolution for an update and also for our public as well, is that Canterbury Mayoral Forum meets on Friday afternoon where there is a workshop to discuss Head Start proposals. So I guess getting your blessing to be there and have those discussions is particularly important. Aaron?
Just a comment, really. I thought it was interesting that under the LGNZ's rules, your voting is determined by your membership fee rather than by the size of your council. I thought that's a curious way of working. Not a question, just an observation.
Yeah, and I think it's hard because it becomes like the the membership is based off your population, your size, your people. So it is a bit of a nuance. I think you've raised there in that. Tracy.
Yeah, sorry, not tongue in cheek. Page 64 of Diligent, which is page 2 of the Honourable Chris Bishop and Simon Watts. The first two paragraphs, I think are important for us in this discussion of reform, because unless I'm reading that wrongly, they appear to be saying that basically we continue working with all the other reforms that are coming down, spatial planning, everything else, and that reform for the councils who don't merge under Head Start wouldn't be occurring until after 2028. That seems to be signalling to me that we have more time than we thought we had. Is that a reasonable take? And what are the implications, therefore, if we don't put, or we are not part of a proposal in August? My reading of this is that's okay. The next step is to keep working with reforms and with our colleague councils to find out another way to do stuff, or a different way to do stuff prior to the 2028 election.
I think what's interesting in this space is if you look at the criteria to put a proposal forward, that we run the risk of being part of a proposal even if we didn't want to be, because all you need is the two councils to be able to band together to put that forward. And so that is where the discussion has happened at Canterbury Mayoral Forum, where it is so important that we put a Canterbury-wide initiative forward rather than allowing for piecemeal approaches to happen where we may end up subject to that proposal even if we didn't want to be there.
Well, may I just float the notion that one of the options that the Canterbury councils put together may include an overt statement that uses a lot of the words from these two paragraphs, that is actually part of the proposal, is that we are proposing that, and these are only examples, that if the 5 southern councils all want to get together and merge now under Head Start, that they ought to be able to do that, but these councils are still going to go along the line of paragraphs 1 and 2. So that's me just flagging that as a potential possibility to reflect all the groups in the discussion.
Yes, noted. And if I wish it was as simple as that in that situation. I think when you've got other councils that are wanting to be a part of this process, it becomes particularly difficult to try and hold other people back. But thank you very much. I take that on board. John?
Yeah, so my take's slightly different. That the way that I read it is that if you're not in the first, the decisions will be made, and then the rest of the process you're constrained because these decisions have been made without your input, so you're limiting your choices.
That's why lawyers make money, John. Same 2 paragraphs, different perspectives.
Thank you. Look, for the resolutions that we've got in front of us, if you are happy with that, I would put my hand up for the Selwyn delegate to vote at the AGM. Sophie, you're happy to? Yeah. Are you happy with the other resolutions that are on screen too? Yes. Great. Is there a second for that? John? Is there any discussion that we need to have on the resolutions that we have in front of us? No? I know there are other names in there, LGNZ as members as well, and I think that we can actually just work that out because we can get people to attend, but as long as we've got that delegate to vote at the meeting. Cool. Okay, there being no discussion, we have a mover and a second. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Next up is verbal updates from chairpersons of committees. And so, Aaron.
I'm not going to provide an update given that we just met this morning. It would be redundant.
Very well. Sam, as Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk, do you want to talk to any of the papers that have come from Audit and Risk today in the agenda, or?
We haven't had an audit risk since my last update, so refer to the 13th of May, please, kindly. Thank you.
Noted. And we have Melbourne Community Board Chair, Mr. Frew, with us today. Welcome, Evan. We look forward to your updates of Melbourne Community Board activities.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, staff. When I started to do this verbal report, I didn't think we had much to report, and I said to Beep, I'll give it a skip this month. But he told me there was things I better get my head around, so I've done that. One of the most important things we have done is we made, as a board, a submission to Solomon Water Limited, and that was done it almost got overlooked because we did the annual plan and we had people away, but we've got one through to them. While we don't agree on everything, we are concerned that and we know it's just a 1 year budget or plan, but the projected increases for next year was a rather sobering look, so we hope that that can be sort of smoothed out a bit more. So that's been done. Now, at our last board meeting, we passed some resolutions asking for council to do some things for us. Now, the most important one, they hinge around if and when Bangor Village gets past the planning stage and construction starts. And I've had this idea for a while, and Alan Peacock has taken it up, that we should try and get a bypass for Darfield. And the approach that we're looking at is getting into the long-term plan to seal from Charing Cross, Wards Road to Greendale Road. And that gets a sealed road from Charing Cross to the corner of Bangor and Clinton's Road, and with the village just round the corner. It's 6 kilometres of road, metal road, and then eventually the rest of Clinton's Road to Highway number 1 could be sealed, and all the Fonterra traffic could go, instead of going through the middle of Darfield and down Bray Street, Cardale Street, Bray Street corner, there'd be a bypass if the trucks were needed. It's also quite significant that if heavy traffic were to use the bypass, they'd arrive at Charing Cross. If you want to go to Christchurch, you just go down to Billy Road, Dalesbury, and then down. If you want to go to south, you go down to Norwood, go down to Dunedin, Southland. Charing Cross was set up as a hub 100 years ago. We've got 7 roads there, but we could make one quite busy, I think. So that's something that I think if we get into the long-term plan and do this upgrade in stages, if there's ever a washout or a major disruption to the rail services, the roads will get going before the railway bridges get used, and there'll be a lot of trucks on the road, so they'd have a good bypass at Darfield. So that was the other resolutions hinge around whether Bangor Villages gets built, so I won't mention those. I mean, that's more hypothetical, but I think this first one about the sealing of Wards Road is critical. The other issue that's arisen is the use of the Darfield pool. Now, my understanding, it's only a pool in Melbourne that's going to be open this next year. And one of the questions is, the hydro slide's being used 4 hours a week. Now, the cost to run the pool is based on having lifeguards there and so forth. But in order to get the pool and the hydroslide working, is this a job that volunteers can help on and not cost, be charged against the pool? But the staff recommendation was it couldn't be done, but and they even suggested in the paper I saw somewhere that shut between Christmas and New Year. Well, there's about 1,000 mums in Darfield who'd like to get rid of their kids for a while over that time, so it wouldn't go down very well. But there's some more work needs done on that. Some of the good news is thanks to Councillor Very for calling the meeting. Darfield Hospital is now taking respite patients, are they called? Or not? Anyway, they're now open for business again. It's still not really certain about the long-term prognosis for the hospital. And in the press article that was in the paper last week, the key thing was the last line. We'll know by Christmas. However, in the meantime, Councillor Very has arranged for a meeting with the Friends of the Darfield Hospital to explore further a way forward. And I'm looking forward to that meeting. It's later this month. And if we can get that trust that's already there working and perhaps get some more help to them to do other things, well, it's a way forward, I think. The other thing that's just happened the last week or so is that the 50k speed limit on Bangor Road from the church corner, if you like to call it that, back towards Colgate's been moved up 500 metres to give people time. They come in Darfield. Well, the 50k was right in the corner. Now it's 500 metres back. So at Oakton Drive. So it's got to be some progress. You'll all be aware by now we've got some very interesting board members, and the Arthur's Pass member Mackenzie has tabled at our last meeting concerns by the Residents Association about the feeding the Kias up there. Now, for those who still get the press, last Saturday there was an excellent article in the press about Kias. I've got it on my desk over there. It's been 40 years since they've been protected, but they're still getting knocked around. One of the big things is people feeding them, and board member Mackenzie wanted the staff to look at whether a bylaw could be enacted, and if it was enacted, how to be policed, because some of this is not, it's in a DOCA state. But one of the big things is they get lead poisoning. They love pecking away at lead-head nails. So perhaps, I don't know if it's possible, but a building code, any new building in Arthur's Pass or that part of Selwyn might exclude lead-head nails and have those new screw-type ones that last about half as long. But anyway, what do you think of that, Councillor? Well, Sam?
I just wanted to say the 100% right about the lead poisoning to Kia. It's terrible. No new builds will be having lead because lead interacts actually with the steel underneath it, so it actually will eat a hole in your roof faster. Yep. There was a huge amount of work done actually taking all the lead flashings off, and there were subsidies by the government to remove lead head nails, and most of Arthur's Pass was done. I'm under the impression that there are still some dwellings in, perhaps abandoned buildings in Otera that would still have lead head, but most of lead's been taken out of Arthur's Pass.
Thank you. All right. Well, anyway, it's we as a county, we're in the start of. I mean, they're an important native bird, and it's been good hatchings this year, and they love picking at windows and cars, don't they? When you park your car and they go for the bead. All right. So that's something for the staff to look at for the board, please. We started to call engagements this week: Springfield, Sheffield, and Greendale. The interesting, just listening to the previous speaker about the Ellesmere Reserve, reminded me that we've got a meeting tonight at Greendale, and to start the process. It's been ticking away, but last month John Clarkson gave us a history of how the board has been administered by the Clarkson family for 80 years. Now, it sounded to me that the ownership of the ground is not clear. It sounded a bit like what we just heard about Ellesmere. I don't think it's a domain. I think it's been granted by a Commissioner of Crown Reserves. So it would be good if we could get staff to clear up that exactly the ownership status of the Greendale domain and the hall sits in the domain, of course. And board member Samuels has been working away on the Melbourne Community Awards session. So that's just some of the things that we've been doing. Time goes by, and we're getting some success with the speed limits, and there's the other ones out that you're all aware of for around Darfield for the reduction of the Greendale Road from 50 to 100, 100 to 50 for 600 metres south of Khalid Avenue, John, not Khalid, K-E-L-L-A-R-D. Anyway, I'm happy to ask any questions, or if I can.
Thank you, Evan. In my report, I touched on meeting with MP Nicola Grigg, and that we are having discussions over a Selwyn-specific health plan and how we can try and advance that with this community to secure health services for the long-term future for this district. And so we will need to call on, I would say, the Health Trust at some stage.
Mm. And they probably they've been sort of operating below the radar, so to speak, but they do a hang of a good job.
Yeah, I know of them and they do a fantastic job. I've got questions from Sophie.
Sophie, yeah.
Kia ora, sir. So I've had a nudge from my left saying it's actually the Green Park Hall that they're starting on tonight.
Oh, sorry, I got the... Oh.
Yeah, Greendale isn't until Saturday.
Oh,
so you got a
Saturday.
break.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Daytime as well, much nicer.
Thank you.
But my question was, excuse me, was more around the health trust that now the mayor's also. But what is the name of the health trust? Because I tried searching the other day.
I think it's called Friends of
Darfield
Hospital.
Ah, okay, yeah. Right, okay. Because I was searching like Malvern Health Trust or something, and that didn't work.
No,
okay, thank you very much. I shall look them up.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks. Any other questions for Evan? Mr. Frew? There being none. Thank you very much for coming along. We always really enjoy your updates and appreciate you taking time out of your day to give us an update on what Melbourne Community Board has been up to.
Thank you, and we'll be watching with interest the discussions on the bridge this afternoon. So, thank you.
Fair enough. So, thank you very much, Evan. I ask that someone moves that we receive the updates from chairpersons for information. Sam, and seconded Denise. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Next up, you are on tab 9 and diligent, which is the Chief Executive's report.
Thank you, Lydia. Afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read. Just touch on one point around the Incentives for Growth Fund. As you know, that was announced a little over a week ago, and our staff are now working through what this means for council. One of the things that we're actually waiting on, though, is the criteria and the details to come out from central government. So once we have those, Bob and the team will bring back a briefing on how this could be implemented and what the decision-making process looks like. And we'll run that in the form of a briefing first, and then we'll bring a paper back at the point in time when we need to make some formal decisions. But until we have that detail, we're just in the government's hands. Happy to take any questions on the rest of the report.
Cool. Are there any questions for Steve? There being none, I ask that someone moves the report. Aaron, seconded. Sarah, is there any discussion?
Sorry, I was trying to find my notes and I missed a question that I had. It was around the AI part. And just wondering, so it was more of a thought that if we're doing surveys, for instance, are 60 Seconds for Selwyn one at the moment, really successful. I'm guessing that some of the comments, which I would love to read in the raw, to be honest, but I'm guessing that a bit like the summary that we have at the beginning of this report, that they will probably be put through AI as well. But we haven't put a message to let people know that that will happen to the inputs that they're giving us at the beginning of the survey. And that's probably something that we need to incorporate somewhere in our policy, that if we're going to use inputs that people from the public, that so that they should be aware that their information will go through an engine at some point.
Yeah, we take that on board. I think with every consultation that we do, we'll provide you every single unedited comment from the member of the public, so you won't get a summarised version either without having the full noise. And so, but take your point, and I think we can, our comms team can take that away.
Yeah, that's more for letting the public know rather than like what we receive. Thank you.
Cool. Reece.
I was the same. I was trying to find my notes within. So it's exactly the same on the AI. On page 72, I've written my notes here and I was just trying to find it. So you said that that you'd had a budget figure for the LTP, which was running trials, and on the AI, it was more a question around later the findings of those trials and that budget figure, please.
We can, I don't have those figures now, Councillor, but what I can do is we can bring a briefing back from the digital team with a bit more of a summary and those lessons learned. They're certainly informing, and you'll see that come through the long-term plan from Alison's group. So you'll see that come out in terms of what the activity management plan will take on board and lead us to.
Yeah, because reading that AI brief in detail was very interesting, so I'll be interested in those findings. Thank you.
Cool. We have a mover and a seconder. Is there any more discussion on the Chief Executive's paper? There being none, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against, call it carried. So, councillors, next up we have the Ellesmere Reserve Board notice of motion from Councillor McLeod. And the process around this one is I will hand over to Councillor McLeod to talk to her paper. We also have Sophie and Dom here to support in any questions that anyone has on this. And then, so normal standing order procedure, so Councillor McLeod will present any questions and then we will look for mover and seconder. So over to you, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. Mr. Connor did a really good summary in his in public forum, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to ask that my paper my part of this be taken as read, and pass over to the top table for Sophie.
I guess there's nothing additional for staff to really say. The staff advice is in the report, so we're just here to answer and clarify any questions.
All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is not the first time this paper has been to us, and so, you know, we have had the paper. We asked for it to lie on the table for more advice, and so, you know, hence this isn't something entirely new for us. So, look, are there any questions from councillors on the paper that we have in front of us? And so, first up is Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, team, for looking at this. I was finding it quite difficult actually to really figure out the intent of the will, of what was right and fair. Obviously, there's a lot of history within this paper. Can you just clarify for me, was, going back to the original will, was there expectation of income from this bequest? And so therefore, was there explicit provision made for those proceeds?
No, so the gift made under the will is the gift of land to the Crown for the purpose of it to be designated as a recreational reserve.
Right.
And it is silence as to any income that would be generated on that.
So therefore, how that was being spent reverted to the trustees of the Ellesmere Reserve Board in their role as administrators of that estate.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me try something here. Ooh, look at that.
I guess what I would say, if it wasn't clear in the paper and from discussions with staff and the community, was that there was a general feeling that the legal basis and the legal discussion around all of this is kind of secondary to the practical outcome that the community wants and that we want for that community. And so there is a difference of opinion about what the law will does or does not mean in terms of who can do exactly what. But I guess the bit that I would focus on is that there are decades of a pattern of behaviour for how this was administered. So it's not like we're taking something fresh and going, gosh, what did he mean? Actually, there's about 100 years of administering this land and the money from that in a particular way. And then that changed a couple of years ago. And so what I take from the community here, and the distinction that Mr. Connor points out is an important one, is that there are 7 reserves, I think, 5 reserves plus the golf club plus the motor club. 8. But the golf club and the motor racing club do not get any council funding for maintenance. The other reserves do, that have been historically covered by this. So there's also partly in my view, there's partly a re-establishing an equilibrium there, because the golf club and the motor racing club have only been able to get money from this fund. It hasn't come from council. Because the other reserves have been able to do both, get maintenance from council. And the last thing that I would say is about the intent of Mr. Gamble, that we can't know exactly what he thought, but his will does give us an indication of what he was thinking, and that was that recreational reserves in Ellesmere were important to him. And so I think that that's also part of the consideration. Were there not to be broad agreement on taking this fund back, then it may well be that this could end up going down a legal road where the current Selwyn District Council legal view of this would be tested against the legal view that the golf club has obtained. But my desire on behalf of the community and on behalf of the council is for us actually to resolve this in a more practical way. And the good news is that the majority of the $260-ish thousand that was, if you like, carved off or taken back into the whole fund, it still exists. It's still sitting there. And so that's the good news. We are actually in a position to return it to what it was without having to disentangle it from other council money. I don't know if that answered your question, but it wasn't.
Yes, I don't have the extensive experience of my colleague. However, referring to 3.8 and 3.9, it seems to me that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that legal advice is legal advice. It doesn't become law until it's tested in a court of law, and then it's up to the most superior court, hopefully not through to the Supreme Court, to make a ruling. And I think that paragraph 3.21 is a very practical and pragmatic and does justice to the intention and is a lawful way forward.
I guess the comment there is, of course, legal advice is just legal advice, but not many of our opinions are tested in the court of law. In fact, my entire practice and experience in local government none of them have been tested in a court of law, thank goodness. But in that respect, legal advice is something that the councillors can take into account as a factor in your decision making, like any other advice that you receive.
Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora, ladies, and yeah. So, thanks for all the information. And I definitely appreciate that there is in the notice of motion an attempt to define the area, because quite honestly that seemed to be where the problem started, the lack of a definition, because there were let's just say that there were reserves that were not traditionally Ellesmere but were in the current Ellesmere ward that were applying, and that sparked a conversation that turned into a snowball. My question, though, is our speaker from the Ellesmere Golf Club requested that the council consider setting up a board to administer this outside of council or under council. Is that a request that we would be able to actually action, in your opinion? Because I'm just cognizant that there's various things being changed that make it quite difficult to appoint anybody under a council or even to a council committee at the moment. But it's a request that I think we should just find out, get some advice.
So it is something that we could set up. It would be by way of a committee, probably. I expect we'd need to be really clear about what the difference is between that committee and the Community Funding Assessment Panel. In terms of the voting rights, obviously that legislation hasn't passed yet, but you're right that any non-elected members to our committees would not have voting rights and would not count to quorum. So that would be quite difficult to get true community voting voice on a committee after that legislation is passed. But you could still have community voice on committees.
Okay. So if that was an avenue that anybody wanted to take in future, it would be more like an advisory thing, and then the council itself would have to approve the decision. Okay. Thank you.
Sam.
Afternoon. I'd really love to see, because we've got great evidence from Mr. Connor and scores of info regarding where funding in the past from the ERB's gone. I'd love to see what Selwyn District Council has put into Ellesmere reserves, excluding maintenance, sort of even in the last 5 years for comparison, because I'd hazard a guess that there'd be unmown lawns and a broken lawn chair. The other point that if we weren't to proceed on this, what would the legal liability be if, say, one of the trees that are on the property that we lease to the golf club fell and killed a golfer?
So I think the position would be similar to any situation in any council reserve around liability for that kind of thing. Of course, the main concern if that kind of scenario happened would be health and safety issues and coroner investigations, that kind of thing. So I'm not really answering your question around liability, just because I think it would just totally depend on what the situation was. But it would be treated like any other reserve land.
Because in all fairness, I think we've actually done quite well that those pine trees that are end of life and have had to come down have been felled by the golf club at a significantly less cost to the ratepayer. For if it was a property that we were renting out to somebody, it would actually fall into our liability to maintain them. So I just wanted to touch on that. Thank you.
Grace.
I guess I go to the options of this, and if this is returned to an ERBR scenario, the 263 or whatever is there. The $64,000 worth of rental or that at the moment obviously comes from golf course and racing. And what else is it made up of?
I believe it's Oakley's lease the land for farming operation.
Oh, yeah, it's the farming operation. That's where the money's actually coming from. Okay, cool. So would that then be the ERBR board that would then set those rates going forward in the future? We would have
So our view is no, we'd actually continue to manage leasing and licensing of that land through our property team. That would be an operational piece that is managed, and then what would be picked up was the income that is derived from that land would be the funding that's available through the ERB fund that is ring-fenced.
Right, okay. Thank you, that's it.
My one question here is Resolution 3, and we're just establishing that Ellesmere Reserve Fund. We're saying that will sit under the community funding panel. Is that correct?
So that's how all our other funds are managed. So we would, yeah. So unless you wanted to set up a specific group for it, that's how the default would be.
Yeah, it's just looking for clarification of where that would sit within our community funding. Cool. I'm comfortable with that. Questions, John?
Yeah, so I agree that that's the best place for it to sit, and probably it would have a set of guidelines for the administration of that fund.
Great. Sarah?
Are there any other potential situations like this elsewhere in the district where there are historic type legacies like this? Is this potentially going to raise risk from that perspective?
I would say that any decision made here is on its very particular circumstances. So say something did arise, we would address that as we came to it.
Cool. Are there any other questions on the paper in front of us? There being none, Tracy, I'm assuming you would like to move?
Yeah, I'd like to move motion 1 to 5 of the Reserve Board, Ellesmere Reserve Board notice of motion numbers 1 to 5.
Okay, is there a seconder for that, Denise? Councillors, is there any discussion that we wish to have on this paper? Race.
Just want a holding point, just while I get my thoughts. It's to be managed still by council, right? It's not opening another Ellesmere Community Board type scenario for this fund specifically. It would stay within the council realm, but ring fenced for that.
Correct.
Yeah, just so many options and so many issues in that around. I want to make sure I'm understanding my vote. Thank you.
Yeah, so Resolution 3, what I clarified is that it sits within the community funding panel. Yeah, and administered from that panel. Correct. Yeah. Aaron?
I'm going to speak in support of the motion. I think there's no dispute that the land was gifted for the benefit of the Ellesmere district as it stood at the time. Whether that benefit comes from directly using the land for recreation or using that land to generate income, the intent is still that the benefit was towards Ellesmere. So whether we're giving funding for reserves, other reserves within Ellesmere, or for the use of that land, I think that's a moot point.
Thank you, Aaron. Sam?
I was just wanting clarity. If we were to move ahead on this, does this exempt anybody who applies to the Gamble Estate Fund and was granted funding in that financial year? Would that exempt them from any other community funding for 12 months, or it's just a all in? Cool.
No.
Cool. I remember that being spitballed. Cool. Thank you.
And I've had it answered, but I'm going to cut back to it. We will be using the map that's supplied in this paper for the boundaries. Well, okay, specified, but where? That's it there, that's the map? Okay. Does the gallery agree with that map?
Yeah, the gallery proposed that map.
Yeah, no, that's the key. Thank you.
That is the traditional, yeah. Big Red.
Yeah, I just sort of want to say that, like, I mean, this could have the potential to implode in legal battles and all this type of stuff. Sometimes it's not who's right, it's what's right. And in this scenario, it's what's right.
Great. There be no other discussion. Tracy, would you like to use your right of reply as the mover? You're okay? Okay, no more discussion, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of resolutions 1 through 5, please raise your hand. No against. Call it carried. Oh, thank you. Job done. There's 2 smiling people in the gallery. Thank you, team. All right, councillors, we are on to tab 11, which is the long-term plan amendment. So we have Rob, Dom, Dale, Michael, quite the team. Alison. Okay, team, ready to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. Councillors will be very familiar with the work that's been going on through the various briefings that we've had with them on what the long-term plan amendment is about. I thought it might be worth just taking us through what we have in the paper, rather than necessarily just assuming that it's all read, but you can tell me otherwise if you wish to. But it seemed to me it was worth understanding fully what this was about and where we were going with it. We have had a lot of input from a lot of people to get it to the state that it's in, and we're very grateful for that support and help we've had along the way. Look, as you well know, this report's coming following the briefing. We required to make changes to the long-term plan to give effect to the Selwyn Water Limited transfer. This is driven by the Local Government Water Services Act that requires us to do this, and the Local Government Act that requires us to reference its LTP. So this work needs to be done to make that happen. Council doesn't need to consult on the LTP amendment provided the changes are consequential to the transfer decision, which is they are, that's the way that it's designed, and that the elements of clause whatever it is have been met. I thought it might be worth just going through those clauses, because I think that's probably, when we think about it, that's probably the areas that we want to be really clear about what is intended and what the point of view is. And if we go to the on page 113 in Diligent for me, 10.3b1, Council has already consulted on the proposal relevant to the transfer decision. Hopefully that's relatively clear. We definitely did consult with it, and I've got some information around that consultation and the information that we got back. We went out, the community definitely responded to us, so I think that's relatively not uncontroversial. Secondly, Council satisfied the community has a good understanding of the implications of the proposal. I think it's important to understand that the Council deciding to go against the information that was submitted by the public and the ratepayers does not mean that Council didn't think that they understood it or that the people submitting didn't understand it. They're two quite different things. I think thirdly, the Council is satisfied it understands the community's views. When we have a look at the community's views, they're about 87% against the proposal and about 13% for the proposal. Those looking for the proposal talked about the long-term benefits, better funding and investment and expert management. That was the people in favour of it. Those against were concerned around the increased costs and bureaucracy that might be associated with it. Significant concerns about what that would do for debt for the council, scepticism about the efficiency of the model as proposed, some argument around needing to keep local control of what was going on for this key resource, and the accountability and transparency, and also some fears around privatisation, that this was a step towards privatising that asset. So I think the community's views were well known to council and very explicit, and that impacted, they considered all of that when they made their decision. That's really the gist of the whole thing. To a large degree, this is a consequential bit of work that had to happen at the end of all of this process, primarily an administrative one, but we believe that the requirements are satisfied for you to be able to do this. We haven't printed out the entire amendment. It is extremely long, and in reality, on the 1st of July this year, it will be irrelevant anyway, because you'll have a new annual plan. Very happy to take questions, which we will answer if we can.
Councillors, happy to go to questions of the team. Questions. Statements can be made during debate and discussion time. Can he do it? Grace.
Thank you. My question is, when it's written that staff objectively believe, can you just explain objectively in your, to both of those questions, that you're saying that you consider that the limbs have been satisfied, and the officers consider objectively this limb has been satisfied in 10.3b2?
Yeah, so absolutely. Look, off the back of briefing that we had a couple of weeks ago, there was a question around how do I reconcile feelings and sentiments of the community with it's a head and heart discussion, and so the test is not a subjective how did I feel people went, it's how can I, on the numbers, on the information that was presented to the community, did it meet the test? So it's an objective rather than a subjective test, and so that's why we've expressly acknowledged that this is working through the process and the procedure by drawing that to the forefront.
So just to press it a little bit harder, the officers consider the limb has been satisfied, and then it's objectively satisfied, and then objectively satisfied. So what is the difference in 0.49?
0.49? Oh, I'm much later down in the paper. So look, the first one was really easy. Did we consult? Yes, no. And so we were really comfortable that we didn't need to put an objective or a subjective on that. Off the back of briefing last time, we appreciated that there were various queries around the table, so we wanted to just flag that the test is to be an objective one.
Thank you.
Sam, he's got his question now.
Statements made in this chamber weren't in alignment with reality. We will take water and sewage debt off our books. Well, it's not entirely correct. The figure is still calculated as total debt. Selwyn Water Limited can borrow more. Thoughts?
I don't know. I don't know if that's entirely relevant to the paper that we have in front of us today, because this is a procedural paper, and a note in the paper 4.26 also says that doing this LTP amendment does not mean that council could not revisit or alter the decision made by the previous council in April 2025. So it's relevant to the paper. Are we looking to strike out the LTP drinking and wastewater from our current LTP so that we can adopt a lawful annual plan, or are you looking for something else? John?
Yeah, so I note the discussion and just want to be clear that in the council officer's mind, that the consultation accepting the way that it came out, that's life, that going through and looking at the relevant legislation and case law, that the degree of objectivity, even if it wasn't explicitly stated, has been met, that the officers processing the consultation feedback are able to give us or me as an elected member and my colleagues an assurance that all the relevant lawful tests have been met. So that then means that this can proceed in my mind as a procedural.
So, look, really happy to give that confirmation. So the consultation was undertaken in accordance with the Preliminary Engagements Arrangements Act, beg your pardon. So that was that satisfied. And then what was done through that process was we held hearings. The Council of the Day received a copy of all submissions, not just AI summaries, and had that available to them alongside officers' advice when the decision was made.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the team? There being none, there are a suite of resolutions in front of you, and I'll ask for a mover for those. Sarah, is there a seconder? Aaron? Team, this is where you have your discussion and debate. So first up is Tracy.
I just want to acknowledge that that this is procedural, and it's to align our long-term plan with the changes that came through under Local Water Done Well, and to note that if we don't do this, then we, as I understand it, are under an obligation to execute our long-term plan unamended, and that means that we would be looking to rate people for drinking water and sewerage, and we would be looking at doing all of the things that Selwyn Water Limited are doing. So there is a Freudian slip, I'm afraid, a duplication, and that seems to me a monumental waste of time. I would also support what the Mayor said, that 4.26 in the associated paper clearly states that the decision today does not prevent ourselves or a future council from reconsidering the decision to create the CCO, Selwyn Water Limited, and that if anybody does want that revisited, then that council will have to decide that when it comes before us. So I do support this, so that business as usual, and we can, for Selwyn Water Limited, and particularly us for the long-term plan, and not burdening our staff with a whole lot of duplication and time spent talking to Selwyn Water Limited, trying to work out who's charging who for what.
Yeah, I think it becomes very complex if we don't strike this out, and it is a duplication of work, saying that we will deliver, also Selwyn Water are going to deliver, but we don't have the assets in our control. We have already handed those over to Selwyn Water, and I think that is where the complexity comes into this. And, I want us to be able to adopt a lawful annual plan to state what we are going to do in the next financial year and the activities that we are going to undertake, and that does require the strikeout for the LTP for us to be able to do that. In my view, there is also, if we didn't do this, there are also complexities with our annual report, and that again it will be an ongoing cost associated with Audit New Zealand, who already charge us for all of our kidneys to do the work they do. And again, I know this is a pain point for this council, giving effect to a historical decision, and I recognise that it is challenging for you around this table as well. We've got Aaron.
So this is a consequence of a previous council's decision, and a number of people around this table are amongst the 87% who submitted against it. So to a large extent, it's swallowing the rat for us. However, it's a rat that we have to swallow because it's procedural and it's necessary in order to us to efficiently move forward. Another thing worth pointing out is that by us, if we choose to vote for this, these recommendations, we're not endorsing the decision of that previous council. We're just following through on the procedural actions that we're basically obliged to do. And the other point that I would make, and I'm probably putting words in the top table's mouth, and they can object if I'm wrong, but by saying that you've objectively assessed that the consultation process passed the test, the legal test, you're not saying it was done to the absolute best possibility it could have been done or that it could not have been improved, but it met the threshold. And so I think we have the ability to make this decision, even though we're not in the most comfortable making the decision. But so I will vote in favour.
Is there any other discussion from councillors on this? Denise?
Yeah. I didn't quite know what to think about all of this, but my thoughts are the same as with Aaron. When I heard when we had that governance training and they talked about the swallowing the dead rat situation, I thought I will never be that person who will do that. And I couldn't understand when I'd heard previous councillors doing it. And unfortunately, this situation does seem to be one where we have to do that, because otherwise we face more costs and more delays and we can't get on. So I will have to vote for it, as much as I think that there was a lot of issues, as we know, with the process. And I will swallow a dead rat.
Grace?
Quite dramatic. I'll put some sugar on the dead rat. I was the same, and I just speak to this more to the public that are listening. It's something that I was dead against in campaigning, and there has been a lot of information and a lot of things that change your views, and I go to the point of 4.26 that when we talk about duplication and things, if we don't vote this up, it doesn't mean that later on, after this has been voted up, that Selwyn Water just could, if we chose or discussed, become part of Selwyn Council again by removing the board, and that runs in its entity of it is. So it's not the be all and end all, and for that matter, I will be voting it up.
Ditto, Reece.
Sam?
Yeah, I'm obviously probably the most struggling here, perhaps. I seem to be, well, today, no, just in general. Thanks, Reece. It's in the paper, it states that the community did not have or was unable to form a reasonable understanding of the proposal and its implications at the time of consultation. It was only post being elected that I actually had questions answered truthfully. So during the consultation of local water done well, I was told some very flat out, no, what you've said is incorrect. And then upon being elected, I asked the same people, and it comes in, oh, well, of course it did that. Of course that happened. There's about 5 different examples. So for this paper to suggest that the public was reasonably understanding, I worked my guts off on this consultation. I mean, whether it passed or not is irrelevant, but I don't agree with what's written here. So I will be voting it down, only on that point. I understand it's a formality. I understand it has to go through. I have no animosity for anybody who voted it through. But I don't agree with what's on the paper.
And that is your right to do so, Sam. Sophie?
I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff who've worked on the long-term plan amendment, because it is a huge piece of work, and so has everything else involved with the water reforms been over many, many years, just acknowledging Murray behind us as well. yeah, there's been a lot of work all round on this, and I don't know if there's any perfect answers, but this is the one we have, and making it right as far as the books and DIA and the Auditor General is what we have to do today. Thank you.
Thanks. John?
Yeah, and just for the record, with greatest respect, I don't see it a matter of making it right. Have share the concerns of Councillor Wilshire, but having got the assurance that the legal test has objectively been met, I'm willing to be persuaded to vote for it.
That being that, Sarah, you were the original mover. Would you like your right of reply?
Just glad that I don't need to swallow a dead rat. It doesn't sound like it tastes very nice at all. Look, I'm very appreciative of the team's work on this. It has been a huge piece of work, and I am very comfortable to support this decision and get this going. Thank you.
All right. I think everyone's had a go around the table, so we'll put this to the vote. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against?
Please record it.
Sure can. Cool, so there's just a division there for Sam and Denise. Against. We will call it carried. Thank you. Next up is tab 12, which is the post-deliberations update for the draft annual plan. Thank you, team. I believe some of you are actually staying. We'll just do a small swap out there. Okay, so this is the report back to us from our deliberations. There were some items that we had asked to come back to us for further clarification and decision making. So we have the report in front of us. Staff, if you'd like to talk to the report that we have there, I think the resolutions that you have there I'll address at the end. Because those are sort of the clean-up resolutions. So we will work our way through the decision-making matrix that you all have on your desk and have had in diligent, the same as what we've done for deliberations, and then I'll take the resolutions in the paper at the very end there. So over to you guys.
Great. Good afternoon, councillors. Today we're just going to present to you this paper, which is an update on the draft annual plan, and also for councillors to be provided with some additional information that you requested at deliberations, and there is a little bit of further information as well, which we'll cover. So changes to the draft annual plan since the consultation version that went out on the 16th of March. So we've incorporated the changes in that version. We've provided a bit of an update to reflect local government reforms, identify further savings, and done some financial remodelling. Made some, and one key thing is that we have included and have made the assumption that council were and have adopted the long-term plan amendment, so that there is some comparison with, which is an obligation under the Local Government Act, against the long-term plan. We've proposed changes to the rates increase, again as directed by council, and later on today you will all receive a editable PDF version and with some instructions on how to make comments, provide feedback on the draft annual plan, strikeouts, etc. It will also give you some guidance on how to actually record that, so we identify who's making what comments, so we can record that in the change log, which will be presented back to council on the 17th. So in terms of further information, you've asked for some more information on the facilities that are going to be closed during public holidays, cashless payments at facilities, some information, financial information which is a sort of summary of some of the key points in the annual plan. Update on Upper Selwyn Hut's rubbish collection licence fee, and the Darfield season extension options as well. Additional information that's also been provided is around flood modelling fee structure, campground accessibility, school road safety projects, which I know one of the councillors has raised, and LGNZ and Mayoral Forum funding. So in terms of next steps, as I said, you're going to get a copy of the draft annual plan for your feedback later on today. And we're asking for you to provide your feedback by 8 a.m. on Monday, the 15th of June, so that we can then provide you with an updated change log by the close of business on the 16th of June for you to consider on the 17th of June. Just to make sure there are any changes, or if there are matters that need further direction from councillors next Wednesday. We hope to have a revised draft with all those changes to you on the 22nd of June for your consideration for any minor changes, which we would ask for you to provide us on the Wednesday, the 24th June meeting, for us to then turn that round and publish that for you to make a decision on the 30th of June for adoption. So it's quite an intensive timeline, but happy to answer any questions you have. And I'm also joined at the far end, and want to introduce Michaela Rees, who's joined the team, who's leading the work as well with me.
Okay. I just wonder whether is the easiest thing here to work our way through this, because I've got the decision-making matrix, which has all the resolutions in it, and if we just do the same as per the deliberation, so if we just take them bit by bit, but I noticed that we have this financial update here. Do you wish to speak to this?
Yep. So we'll just wait till Rob stops talking in my ear. So the financials that are in front of you are based and include the changes that we discussed as part of the deliberations. When we last presented, we talked about the rates being below the 4.9. So that is modelled based on rates being 4.5%. Not 4.5-ish, 4.5. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to run through the financials if you really want to, but I think the key thing is probably noting that those capture the changes that we discussed and what that rates number would look like.
Yeah, I think, look, the positive there is, we've completed the modelling on 4.5, which is firm and, as you said, Sam, not ish. And I think that's a real positive, and I'm really grateful for the work that's gone on to get us to this point. So, councillors, I note that, we've got some decision-making to work through. And so I think the first one that we have up is the flood assessment modelling and surface water servicing fee. And so I'm not entirely sure on my list here who wishes to speak to that one.
I can speak to that one if you don't mind me talking from over here.
I am okay with that.
Thank you. So this is just a clarification of some remaining surface water fees and charges. So essentially there's no financial impact from what we're proposing in terms of the actual numbers in the annual plan. It's more to clarify this fee structure, and what the feedback that we've had is that the 35 plus lot subdivisions, that actually that you'll notice that the 9,170, that's the fee for 35, and so anything more than that we'll just do on an actual time and cost basis, and I think that reflects the reality of the time and complexity of those ones, whereas less than 35 lots, just a flat fee is appropriate. And then the surface water servicing fee, again, previously done on a time and cost basis, but these are going to be required a lot more. And actually the administration required with working out time and cost each time one of these certificates is issued is not efficient. So we recommend a flat fee. So essentially we're trying to rationalise that structure there. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions for 1.1, which is the fee structure for flood assessment modelling? Sam?
Do we have any idea on what the average time for a flood assessment is?
Yes, so in attachment C on diligent, the basis on which we calculated that fee
is 1.25 hours.
Yes.
Page 130.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Don't. Cheers.
I mean, in my view, this is just following our user pays model that we had already adopted, and so as a, I want to say a clean up. I'm struggling for a different word right now, but rationalisation of that decision. Is that correct? Okay. Are there any other questions on this one? Is there a mover for the resolution, which is 1.1 A and B? Sophie, and a seconder, Denise. Is there any discussion between us? There being none, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Next one is operating costs, and so this was one that we brought back, which was around public holidays and council facilities over Christmas and New Year. I'm happy to hand over to you, Denise, to talk to that.
Just in the deliberations that council had, while there was a support for the closure between Christmas and New Year, there were questions and concerns raised about how well understood the closures across the other public holidays across the year were, and we were asked to revisit that. On that direction, what we are proposing is effectively, apart from Christmas and New Year, that closure, that we're not changing the way we have been doing it for at least the last 4 years. So we're not proposing some new approach. What we're saying is we'll stick with the way we have treated public holidays over the last 3 or 4 years. So that's what's in front of you.
Okay. Questions from councillors, and so first up I have Sarah.
I guess I have a few concerns for our community with closing all of our council facilities between Christmas and New Year in particular. I support public holidays absolutely, the way that it's written here, but the Christmas shutdown, I guess my question is, are we comfortable with the social impact of this decision? This is a safe, low-cost activity for families who are having to continue to work over the Christmas New Year period, or who are not able to go away on holidays over this period of time. Some families depend on these spaces. So I guess my question again, are we comfortable with the potential social impact here? Do we understand the social impact?
Look, I can try and answer that, and I think, this is probably in discussion for us, is that I see a lot of this as a little bit of a trial, and to give this a go. Denise has talked about these aren't actually huge material changes to the way that we have been operating, but I think it's really important that we see what this does and we measure and try and measure what the impacts are across our district. We will very quickly get community feedback on this. I don't know, Denise, if you want to add anything to.
I guess the exercise was about looking at areas for cost savings, and so these were some of the areas of cost savings which one had some impact financially, but also we thought could be sustained, I guess, by the community. And I think some of the feedback in the submissions, a reasonable amount supported that they did see the value in this. And at points during that, some of the earlier conversations, councillors will be potentially recall that there were other options around closures of some of the less utilised libraries and service centres, etc., and that wasn't supported. So this is where we've got to.
Race.
Yeah, my recollection is for all those points, bar the last one, I would put that the Selwyn Aquatic Centre was my understanding when we were talking with James, and I thought we got to that point, was that we were closing on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, 1st and 2nd, but we were open in between. That's the only one I would question, sorry.
It was, I guess from our point of view, it was the one, it was all the way through. That's what we put into the submissions.
Yeah, and in those discussions, I thought that the group came to that. I could be wrong, if anyone would like to correct me.
Sam.
Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement with Reese that, yeah, it wasn't really how I interpreted the consultation question, to be fair. And just to clarify, the reason that in bullet point 2, excluding Te Ara Aotea, is because Te Ara Aotea will be open on Matariki and Anzac Day. That's the only differences. Okay, cool.
John.
Yeah, just note 5 that Matariki is noted at Roman numeral 1 and again at Roman numeral 2. Is that intentional? Page 132.
One is
two different
one
dates.
is this year, and
sorry,
we've got next
202. Yep.
Yeah, next financial year dates. Are there any other questions on this one? I think, Reese, are you looking at the last point there for Selwyn Aquatic Centre? Are you looking to change something there?
Yeah, I would like to move a motion that point 2.1 and the first 3 are accepted, and to make an amendment that the Selwyn Aquatic Centre is closed for the public holidays but open in between over that break, which takes into account. So it would be that it's shut for Christmas Day and Boxing Day, 1st and 2nd, which are then public holidays, and that the pool would open for the community and the social aspect through the middle.
Through the in-between days.
Mm-hmm. And I won't stand obviously in the way of that. I'm just wanting to draw your attention to the fact that Darfield and South Bridge will still be open over that time.
I appreciate that, but that's my amendment, if I could, please. And if anyone wants to support that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so if we can just change the last resolution, so point 4, Selwyn Aquatic Centre to be closed for Christmas, Boxing Day, New Year's Day, and observed. Also open in between, so just the public holidays over Christmas. Same as Darfield pool and Southbridge pool. Okay. Alison, can I just say, does this have, or Denise actually, does this have financial implications to our 4.5?
Yes, it does. So we will need to look at the modelling because staff that work in between, I believe, will be paid double time. So it probably will not materially change the rates number, but for completeness, we will remodel it into the financials.
Cool. Well, I've got Reese as a mover, and I've got Denise as the seconder to the resolutions that we have on the screen. Is there any discussion? And first up, I've got Sam.
I'm just wanting to know, how does that differ from what we're currently doing? What the status quo is?
I think there's 3 days in between the Christmas and the New Year that we are open.
We're currently open.
That
So it's the same.
You are proposing to stay open for the Selwyn Aquatic Centre.
So is that more in line with the status quo currently?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So same old, same old.
Yeah, but we need to make a resolution because we consulted on it. So, yeah. John.
Yeah, so just looking at the remodelling that may be required, can I just ask if the whether parts of the facility could be closed that may just help balance the books?
Tracy.
I'm just going to make an observation going back to the water slide at Darfield and the comments made by Evan from the MCB, and I think it just highlights for us as councillors the difference between people wanting something and people needing and using something. So there's a water slide there that's 4 hours a week. I just thought I would throw that into the mix. As we move into the long-term plan and our other conversations, is that trying as hard as we can through staff, through their surveys, through everything else that goes on to actually get, when we're asking questions of our community, to actually get as close as we can to what will you use and what will you use it for and when, as opposed to, would you like a water slide?
Aaron.
I guess just building on the comment about whether we could close parts of the facilities, also looking at the opening hours, maybe they don't need to be what their regular opening hours are on those days, so that the facilities are still available. But I don't know whether if it was typically open to 7 o'clock at night on a Wednesday, if that happened to be the day, maybe it only needs to stay up till 5. So just be a bit creative in running your sums, I guess.
Yep, thanks, Aaron. I'll work with Denise and her team to see what that would look like and how that stacks up with the numbers.
Thank you. Sophie.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I'm going to support Reece and Denise's suggestion here, mainly because there aren't many community facilities that we have in the district that are going to be open at all during this area. Now, I get that Darfield and Southbridge will be, but if you don't have access to that kind of transport during that day, for instance, if you happen to be in Rolleston or Lincoln, which is connected by a bus, even if it is only once an hour, but, you know, the libraries will be shut. The community centres won't be really running anything unless somebody's booked it. The sports centre is going to be shut. If it happens to be a stinking hot weekend or a horrible wet thing, basically, unless you want to go and pay $20 per child at Chipmunks, the swimming pool is literally it. So I appreciate the motion. Thank you very much, guys.
Cool. Sam.
Would we be happy with half days on those 3 days? So then we're not paying for 6 days worth of wages, we're only paying for the 3?
9 to 3.
Just a thought.
All right.
Yeah, I think Alison can take that option away about both a restricted facility and also opening hours. We can take that feedback away and model it. I don't think ultimately this is going to have too much of a bearing on the number that Alison talked about. So got your feedback. I think if you're happy to now move this, I think we can take that on board.
Okay, cool. Yeah, really looking forward to that 4.2%, Alison. Thank you.
Reece, as the mover, do you want your right of reply?
Yeah, and just to clarify, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31st is 5 days. So it'll be 10 extra because it was going to be closed over the weekend. So it's really easy math. And I did not understand that it would be double time between that time. That's more than the private sector, but that's not up for my negotiation. So yeah, it would be good in that modelling, but there are very limited options, and a concentrated population. It was feedback that was strongly given.
All right. Mover and seconder, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Next one over is operating costs. This was specifically going cashless. So it is page 134, and Diligent is the supporting information to this. Denise, I have you down for this one too.
The direction of council was to not go cashless at this time, and so what we have done is stay with the status quo, which means that the Lincoln, the Leeston and the Darfield Library and Service Centre will not go cashless at this time. Te Ara Aotea, given its proximity to the council offices, has never taken the payments for council services, but it does have a $20, I think, limit on terms of cash, so that people can get their photocopying and books out with cash. So we are staying with the status quo, as was the direction that we understood from council.
Are there any questions? And first up, I've got John.
Yeah, so are the savings made from not having to employ Armaguard or somebody to come and collect the cash, or are there other savings?
It's primarily around the savings and the frequency of the visits, given the amount of money that can be on site at any one time. There was some comments made by Councillor Wiltshire around EFTPOS and transactions, and we've looked at that, but we can't separate that out in terms of what the impact of that is. So it's primarily around the amount of times cash has to be uplifted from those libraries and service centres.
So at the same time, could consideration be given to whether the current cash safety policy could perhaps be revised?
Look, I guess this is probably something that we work through with LTP in making these decisions, and potentially over the next financial year as a possibility to capture the data from this, so that we can, through the LTP, make an informed decision in that space.
Certainly, I think health and safety will continue to be a feature, and we would be able to share that information around the amount of money that we're actually talking about, and perhaps the public excluded at some point.
Agree. Aaron?
Yeah, I think if we retain cash, if we decide to retain cash, that, as Lydia says, having some information to feed into the LTP would be good. Not just so much on how much cash is used, but finer grain detail as who is using it. So is it elderly people or is it not elderly people? What are they using it for? What are the amounts that they're paying, so that we've got a much more finer grain lens on, what the impacts are going to be. That would be good.
I think we have spoken to that in the report that went to councillors, that that it's not necessarily, from our observation, it's not older people. It's people who, for different reasons, don't want to use their bank account, and we would. Yeah, I'm not sure that we would be going into more detail than that in terms of making assessments of why people have chosen to pay the method that they have. Okay, so yeah, it definitely isn't the case. And we did talk to that. Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron, we wouldn't have captured any of that conversation in that space. Sam.
Cool, thank you. It wasn't FBOS fees, it was credit card service fees, which we should be invoiced for monthly, so we can actually aggregate them specifically into a line item and actually come out with a figure. It's amazing what they can do today. The other point, there's discussion on here about a $20 limit. Well, that would be about 2 oat milk lattes with a caramel shot and 1 macaroon at the Te Aotearoa Cafe.
It's very
that's a different
separate from our
operation.
policy, so that is their own, that is the cafe's takings.
Oh, just what I'm saying is if it's a $20 limit though, per transaction.
We don't manage the cafe. That's a separate operation.
Okay. The other point, the evidence of elderly using cash more often, I'm sort of in agreement with Aaron on the fact that it does sort of seem like, oh, well, they don't. Well, I actually know quite a few people who do. They take out their pension and then so then they can keep a visual record of what they're spending and what they need left. Also, the thought of young children who don't have access to cards is another point. But I really would like to see, please, the credit card service fees that we pay on these sites and how that compares. I wouldn't be surprised if it's significantly more than 10 grand when you consider the number of transactions we'd be processing.
Thank you for your question.
So, yeah, I'd like the credit card service fees,
welcome.
please.
Denise.
Can I move it or move it on? I was just
Are
going to
there-
say.
are there any other questions?
Because we did decide this, didn't we? And I do think, I know quite a lot of older people who do use cash still, and then they use it to give their grandchildren money, and then their grandchildren accumulate that money to go and spend on whatever they want. So I think it's a really good idea. So we should probably vote for that.
Denise is the mover. Is there a seconder for this race? Any other discussion? Look, I think the only thing I want to say is that, I'm looking at the Te Aotearoa and it's got that $20 limit for, so there's the consumables of printing and things that go on at libraries. And actually, I think it might make sense, and actually we might need to consider that through our LTP if a move to cashless or not as much cash is something we'd like to consider. More work for us to do in our LTP space. Sam would like to discuss this.
Yes. So just to clarify, if it was a $20 limit at the Darfield Library, then that would equate to 10 A4 pages of colour copying total.
So we're not proposing to go cashless at Darfield. That's what we're saying. That we got the message.
Yeah.
And so that's not a thing at any of Lincoln, Leeston, or Darfield.
Mm-hmm.
All I was saying, and I apologise if it was confusing, was that Te Aotearoa will stay as it currently is, which is a limit. It doesn't tend to take cashless because of it doesn't tend to take council rates payments because of its proximity to HQ. Mm-hmm. It just limits it to $20 for the administration-y things around the library.
Yeah, cool. Just clarifying, that's 10 colour copies at $2 each.
Yeah. Bruce.
Just to talk to it, we are sticking with the status quo. That's fantastic. And if we want to look at an LTP about those situations, I'm pretty sure the ATM situation, they pay to have it in the... So we could be looking at that at RTR if we have to.
Cool. No other discussion. Denise, would you like your right of reply as the mover? No. She's great. She wants to move on. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Call it carried. Okay, I've got attachment F, which is the rates remodelling report. But I guess you've kind of covered that off, unless anyone wants to relitigate this.
Yeah, I think just noting what I mentioned earlier, that any changes that come out of this, we will update that modelling and come back with what that looks like, including some high-level analysis as part of the long-term plan on cash versus no cash and cards, etc.
Are we, should it say 4.5 now?
No-ish, 4.2 on the money.
So the numbers that are in front of you are modelled on the basis of weighted average rates being 4.5%. Obviously, we will go back and review those numbers based on whatever discussions and changes are agreed on today.
Are you saying your preference is to leave the resolution as it is? Okay. Any questions, Sophie?
Yeah. Sorry, team. I do have a question about a very specific part of this here, which is on page 140 of Diligent, specifically the Rolleston Community Fund. And I did send through a query back in March when we saw the original draft asking why it's at 57,000 when it had been at 167,000 in the annual plan 2025, and suddenly it's gone down. In the annual report for the end of 2025, it said 88. That the number for this fund bounces up and down, and I've never really seen a reason for why. It also seems to change between here it's listed as a general fund, but it's actually a special reserve. And because it was literally, we've only just had a paper about some money that's ring-fenced around Ellesmere reserves. This money was ring-fenced for the Rolleston community. It's all over the place, and I would very much like to know where the money is, and to have an accurate figure that I can justify with my community.
Yeah, I think the best answer for that one just now is we will prepare like a summary around what the annual report was last year and what the movements are since then, and how that then lands on the number that's in front of you.
Because as far as I was aware, the money was ring-fenced for the community, the art facility on Rolleston Reserve, which was Toroatua, which was opened 2 years ago. So there shouldn't be, maybe in that following year there might have been a couple of invoices, but there shouldn't have been anything spent on it since then. It was being held for another project.
Did that include the flagpole sockets?
I don't think they cost $100,000, and if they did, I'd be taking a Samuel view of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions on 3.1, which is basically we're receiving and consider the rates remodelling report, which is the numbers. We note there's still more to come back to us. We've got the 17th of June and I believe the 21st as well for completeness. Sam?
Can we put 4.5-ish on them? I just don't want it to say 4.9 when we've gone out to our community and said at least 4.5-ish. Just put 4.5.
Pay for those days between Christmas and New Year.
So,
if it's going to make that much difference to every ratepayer.
All right, so I think the resolution looks like receives and considers the rates remodelling report to achieve an approximate rates increase of 4.5.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone's heard it. There's a mover for this, which is John, and there's a second. I'll go to the other side of the table. Sam. Team, is there any discussion on this? I think it's pretty straightforward. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, call it carried. Team, we're at 2 hours. We're just over, as Steve has reminded me. We effectively, I need to give you a break. So we'll have 15-minute break now, and we'll pick back up for Upper Selwyn Huts. 15 minutes or less. I'm happy to take or less. is 4.1, which is Upper Selwyn Huts. So the first, actually, we've got two sitting there. I just wonder if we want Andrew to talk to, yeah. If Andrew talks to the rubbish collection process and targeted rate, would be wonderful.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Yeah, it's getting crowded up here, isn't it? So, yeah, the proposal in the annual plan was to move to a user pays opt-in bin system that was consistent with the rest of the district. During the deliberations, there was a few different questions and comments. They related to bin congestion on Spackman Ave, rubbish bags, alternative options and bespoke solutions, cost models, dumping risk and communal system improvements, and those were all addressed in the report. The results of the annual plan consultation was support for the changes to the bin system. There was concern that there was a reasonably low response rate from the Upper Selwyn Hut owners. As a result, the Upper Selwyn Hut Committee undertook a survey of as many owners as possible, which Kirralie presented the findings of this morning, also this afternoon, which was really good, and that showed a clear preference for the proposed bin changes, and that aligns with what we received during the annual plan submission process. So there now appears to be a clear pathway forward to adopt the proposal. I do still acknowledge that there are remaining concerns from the Spackman Ave residents around potential congestion of bins, and my suggestion would be that the next steps, provided this goes ahead, would be that once we understand which properties have ordered what combination of bins, that we would look to meet with the committee representatives and anyone else on site to work through how we can best handle the bin placement issue. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillors, are there any questions just on 4.1 here? First up, I've got Denise.
Oh, it's not really a question, but in light of Kirralie coming, I support option 4.1, option 2, with all the work that Kirralie has done, and I'm sure that Andrew will follow through on any issues. So I don't have any questions.
Okay, so shall I put you as the mover of option 2? Okay, are there any questions from anyone here? I've got a mover for option 2. Is there a seconder for option 2, which is Tracy? Is there any discussion, councillors? There being none. Look, I think this is really straightforward. It was fantastic that Kirralie and the Owners Association have done all this work, and I know they've been keeping you updated, Andrew, which is fantastic, and this actually helps with us to make good informed decisions. And so, yeah, I think this is a good pragmatic way forward. There's no one else wanting to speak to this. Denise, do you want to use your right of reply? No. So there's a mover and a seconder. All those in favour of the option 2 there, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried for option 2. Next one there is 4.2, which is to revoke a previous resolution from the 20th of May, which was the licence to occupy fee. I have Denise down on this one.
Just that revocation of a resolution that was made in error, that a decision has already been made by council to defer a decision on on whether to include an administration or not until 27/28, and the recommendation of council staff is to defer the decision on the licence to occupy fee for the Upper Selwyn Huts until the same time. The council notes that the licence holders pay rates, and they note that Selwyn Water charges them separately for water.
Cool. Are there any questions on this team? If there are none, I'll look for a mover for this. Sierra? Is there a seconder? Denise? Is there any discussion? Sam?
Just clarity on paying rates on the land they don't own.
Yeah, Sam, I think that's why we're proposing to pull the licence to occupy fee back to the long-term plan, and we will look and we will work with the Residents Association and the residents to unpick this at the moment, because essentially the land is the equivalent of the right to occupy the land, and what we want to do is bring back some more advice to you and to the committee and the community, about what is the right approach for the long-term duration of this. But the commitment, as we've done with the community for a number of months, years now, is to actually try and really work with them on this, to take a bit more time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. There been no other discussion. Sarah, you're all good? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Call it carried. 5.1, which is Darfield Pool. I know James isn't here. Denise, whether you'd like to speak to this one?
And just that the staff looked at 3 options available, recognising that a lot of the focus was on the targeted rate associated with the swimming pool, and at the time that we were looking to present options back, some of that information hadn't been clarified in terms of whether there was or wasn't some room within that targeted rate. And so the option that's been presented to you is that we defer it, stay with the status quo and look at it for the long-term plan. And there are 2 other options that sit on the table. One was extending the season so that the 4th term is fully included, or to do a couple of weeks either way, both of which have cost implications which we hadn't at the time this was put forward, seen any capacity within the targeted rate to accommodate.
And I just, my question is, and I can see it in the paper, but I think for clarity, we're not proposing to close Darfield Pool between Christmas and New Year. Just a note, it was raised from Melbourne Community Board earlier today in public forum. Are there any questions on a 5.1, which is remain status quo and assess, I guess, activity management plans through the LTP? John.
Yeah, a question from the costs. That one, all the pools I gather run at a less revenue to expenses, and it just seems that for the Darfield pool, that to have such a gap is surprising, shall we say, but I won't go into that now. I'm just wanting people to see that I've raised it.
I think you raise a really good point, John, and this is where I think the benefit of us, and I feel like I am on repeat at the moment, but maybe I'm just excited for activity management plans, is I'm getting myself wound up into this space, is actually, it's a big body of work, and that is actually where we make these decisions on how this works and how we operate. Steve?
Yeah, look, I think I can just touch on this, having been a pool operator myself, is that the challenge we have with some of our smaller community pools is they still have to run to what is a minimum standard of operation, and it's called Pool Safe, and it's a nationally accredited safety system that guarantees that pools will be run to a certain standard in terms of water quality, but also in terms of staff coverage, and sometimes that doesn't line up with the nature of usage, and we know that sometimes in the smaller communities just them being open is really important, but you've still got to staff it to a minimum, and there is a gap there, and I think that's probably reflected in the cost structure here, and I know James is looking at ways to be as efficient as possible with his team out in that space, but thanks for your points, John.
Are there any other questions? Is there a mover? the status quo. Aaron, seconder, Reese. Discussion.
Oh, yeah, I just do feel that in this scenario, if the community of Duffield want that in the gap as it suggests, then potentially up to the community to fill that gap, but we will come to that further down the track.
Sophie?
Yeah, just wanting to know, I support the motion, and I guess what might be worth doing as well as when we come to long-term plan is looking again at that, because we have the different rating levels for swimming pools in different
Yes.
areas, and that's something that we can look at as part of the activity management plans and things, and just see what needs to make it work if this is what we want to do.
Great. Denise?
Yeah, just with making it work at Darfield Pool and the Southbridge one, probably a lot of people don't really know about them and might like to go and use an outside pool because it's quite different to the Rolleston indoor pool. So maybe that's something to look at because there's a lot of new residents here who won't know that they're there.
I can vouch that on a nice day they are very, very, very busy, and they're also great. Cool. Aaron, do you want to use your right of reply? Let's move it. No. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Call it carried. 5.2 is campground accessibility. Councillors, this is not an extra tab, but it is mentioned in page 124 in your agenda pack, and I'm not sure who's speaking to that one, whether you'd like me to do it. And I think what it is currently is just continuing on with the status quo at the moment, and again it's the same thing. I'm on repeat. Activity management plans, I think, is how we deal with a lot of this stuff and the change that we want to see within our community. Has anyone got any questions? There being none, is there a mover? Sophie, seconder, Sam? Any discussion? There being none, all those in favour please say aye. Against, call it carried. 5.3, which was some additional items, so the resolutions there are LGNZ and Canterbury Mayoral Forum continued membership, and I put notes into diligent councillors that what I was meaning for Mayoral Forum was the Year 3 climate change partnership funding, that we don't fund that because there is carryover from Year 2 into Year 3, and there is a program review currently going on, and so I think there are naturally some savings to be made there with something we're all guilty of at local government is ambitious work programs. And so that review will be coming back in August. So, yeah, happy to take any questions on 5.3 and A and B. Sarah?
Well, that just on that climate change partnership shuffle, we'll get details of that review. Is it likely that some of that review we will need some of that funding for the next financial year?
The current carryover from that is $500,000, and from Year 2,
right,
there was $100,000 carried over from Year 1.
Okay.
And so I think the work program is very ambitious, and I think that we have more pressing matters to deal with at local government than trying to complete projects that are potentially out of resource for us.
Thanks.
Sophie?
Yeah, it is a question about the climate change one, and I take your point around the work programme. I guess the bit that concerns me is that the review isn't complete yet, and I'm wondering, the first part is this a mayoral forum wide view, like is everybody not funding Year 3, or are we going out on a limb here?
The general view was that I don't think it was entirely wanted to carry forward, or actually to rate people to put money in when we're already carrying forward $500,000, which is the year 3 budget. So we effectively they were asking for another $500,000, which would make a budget of $1 million.
I get that. I'm just wondering, like, are other councils having this particular conversation right now?
Some.
I guess so. The follow on from that is, if the review finds that even some of the year 3 money is needed, do we just ask somebody to cover our tab while we get to the LTP, or? It's kind of the fact that it's not resolved at that mayoral forum level that is concerning me.
My view is that the work program, we can't continue to do the year 2 and the year 3 work program in year 3, and it has been really ambitious to get everything done. So effectively, most of year 2 is rolling into year 3, and then we're still asking for the year 3 to then put that work on top of year 2.
That's why I said if there was even some of it, but Steve.
So from a normal budgeting procedure, it would be unbudgeted expenditure should you vote through this. If the review was finished and it determined that actually we needed to contribute and we decided that was the right thing, we'd bring a paper back and council could decide on that. And as part of our option, we would identify where we would take the money from and what other activity we would stop doing. Okay. So I think you deciding this now doesn't preclude that potential, and we've got a good process should that issue arise.
Fair enough. And just feeling a bit more positive but also negative towards our overlords. It would be lovely if we had an actual Climate Change Adaptation Act that, you know, gave us more of a steer, so we're not just coming up with our own programs region by region, and knew what our timeframes were. But yeah, thank you.
Noted and agree. Denise.
I'm happy to move it. I think it will avoid some duplication, and I don't know how all the work will get done with all the other reforms and all the other things that are happening. So I'm happy to move it.
Is that 5.3A and B?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I'll just go, there's a few more lights on, so we'll just go for questions. Sam.
Can we break 5.3A into 2? I think you know why.
Sure.
I'm asking.
If I've got Denise as a mover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a seconder yet, so Sophie wants to second, but is there an appetite? Do you want to break those in half? Because I'm more than happy to do that.
Yes, please.
Denise?
Yep.
You're happy to have 5.3A confirm LGNZ membership, and then we could make, if you just enter that down, Canterbury Mayoral Forum continued membership. Sorry, I know this is really hard on the go. There's no pressure.
Feel pressure.
Wonderful. Okay. So Denise and Sophie have moved and seconded what we've got there. So we're up for discussion, which is Sam.
I'm happy to carry on with the Mayoral Forum, but not happy with the LGNZ continuing that. I don't need to justify it. Okay, when I attended, it was like, it was honestly like a bunch of headless chickens. There was no direction, and the most amount of reform that we've been presented with since 1989, they couldn't even decide on whether or not. They were all overjoyed with the reduction in cost of membership fee. And then at the end, they said, right, do we vote for more in-person meetings or less? If we vote for more person meetings, the membership will go up. And everybody went, oh, well, I like tea and biscuits. Yet afterwards, the conversation still continued with, isn't it good that they found savings in the membership fee? I don't like the fact that the AGM is, depending on how many votes you can get, depends on how big your subscription is. It honestly feels like you have to be an Amway sales agent and be at the top of the pyramid. Or collect the Gengshu knives or Swiss swords. Canterbury Mayoral Forum, I see value in it. LGNZ, a lot of the information that we've been receiving, to be honest, quite often they actually ask to use the stuff that's come out from our council, including submissions that we've made regarding local reforms. I personally think that the two councils that are in the best position for this local government reform would be the two that aren't a part of it currently.
Denise, do you want to use?
Should I do?
You can do. Yeah, you can save all your. You get the right of reply.
Yeah, conflict of interest. I'm on one of the working parties, but I agree with what Councillor Wiltshire is saying in general. The question that I have is, from an officer level, do the advocacy and information sharing that they provide to the council, does that justify membership as separate from what Councillor Wiltshire has raised?
Steve.
From an officer point of view, it is one of many sources that we gather information from. We get it directly from the Crown. We get it from Tai Tuara, which is the officer level organisation, and we get it from LGNZ. Look, we benefit from the advice and the advocacy work that they do, no doubt about that. There is also the professional development that as members you get access to by being members, and I think there's value in that. And staff, senior staff get to go along to those sessions as well. There is value from a staff point of view, but that is not to take away from your decision-making rights around membership.
So can the professional development value be better gained through whatever it is the local government officers branch? So my understanding then would be, if I translate the sort of officer speak to elected member speak, that probably the value we get from local government New Zealand doesn't justify the fee.
That would be your call. Certainly I know that our team we continually focus on professional development and making sure we're up to speed. I think the biggest value staff get out of LGNZ is the access to the advocacy and the information sharing, but it's not the only source.
Aaron.
Can I clarify something? On page 124 it says the $63,000 fee. Then it says it was paid in May 2026. Have we paid for a year, or is that a typo?
No, that is the date that it is due.
But we haven't
For
paid
payment. No.
No, we've got 3 months from that point to pay. So it relies on this decision.
That clarifies. So this decision is essentially saying we will join for another year. Okay. Yeah, well, if it was that, we could have said, well, we can put the budget aside and decide next year whether we actually join, but we're not. So we are deciding now.
Sophie.
Yeah, I mean, I am happy with us continuing membership with LGNZ, and I appreciate that I've probably had more exposure to it than anybody else here. And also for clarity, I'm on two of the working groups. I was not expected to be put on 2 working groups. But that's the sort of thing that we don't get much access to otherwise. Like most councils now, we don't send everybody to every conference, but we can we can benefit from the information that those who do go to the conferences or the rural and provincial meetings bring back to us. At the moment, there are an awful lot weekly, if not bi-weekly, webinars on the reform program that is barreling towards us like a freight train. And that is access to information that we would struggle to get access to directly. Otherwise, we would be relying on somebody else's feedback. You know, somebody else would be getting the information from Taitora, from DIA, whatever, putting it in a report and distilling it for us. This is one way that we can get primary information ourselves. I personally find that immensely valuable. And it's not, this has been continuing for the whole time that I've been on council, because we have never not been in some kind of reform, frankly. But this is the current Omni reform is even more critical, frankly, for having access to that information. And more than that, this is a weirdly lonely job sometimes. You don't get many people who do this, aside from the ones that you sit around the table with. There's not much that you can talk about with other people before their eyes glaze over. And it's helpful to be able to soundboard with other people who have that information and talk to them, to go in and delve into the extra information. And there's even some of the other stuff, like not everybody is a fan of unions, but this is the closest thing that you have to a union as an elected member. There are support groups for women in elected positions. There is access to counselling through this. We do not get access to that through any council, because we're not employees of a council. We're elected members. We get paid honoraria, not salaries. And this is a way of keeping us all together, basically, and reminding us that we are part of some sort of national body and a national group of people who have a particular job to do that is really, really interesting, but also really out there compared to your average employment situation. And yeah, so I'm in favour of us staying with LGNZ. Thank you.
Sarah.
Yeah, I'm also in favour of continuing with LGNZ. I guess as a newbie around the table, I've found, just the resources online to be incredibly helpful, let alone the webinars that we've had, as Sophie said, around Head Start and the other reforms. I've found it really useful to get the perspective of other councils around the country. The one in-person event that I've been to, it is over a cup of tea and a bicky, but actually it's building relationships with other councillors and getting their perspectives and hearing their ideas and hearing the way that they are working, which personally I find, really useful. If there's, just a few ideas that we can bring back here, hearing about things like the RAS scheme, for example, and then kind of going, okay, how could that work for our district? So, really useful sort of conversation starters and extenders. And I think too that they are genuinely undergoing a reset of LGNZ. They are listening to their members and they are really trying really hard to ensuring that they're meeting the needs of their members at the moment. And I think that we are seeing that through the webinars as just one example of where they are trying to anticipate the needs of all of the councils around the country and bring some really useful information proactively to us. So I would certainly be in favour of continuing our membership. Thank you.
Sam.
I would just like to remind everybody that it's not the $63,000 a year only that we pay to be a part of a coffee and biscuit group, but it's also the ticket per attendee, which does anybody want to comment on what that costs per person?
For dinner.
Well, the dinner added, so if you want to have a social call, then yeah, that's added. But so what was the fee per person to attend an LGNZ meeting?
I think they're variable depending on what they are, Sam. And I think that we made a commitment when we worked through prioritisation, that we would pay for our dinners, so that is not on the taxpayer in those situations. So it depends, Sam, if it's a 1 day, if it's a 2 day, wherever it is.
Yeah. but the cost doesn't stop at $63,000. And just to clarify, there are other council members who are part of councils that don't have a membership and they still attend these meetings, and their fees structure is very little in difference. So I'm trying to ascertain, what do we actually gain? And if it's picking up a phone and having a chat with somebody, all the numbers of your local councillors are listed online, and to be honest, they're actually quite approachable. And a lot of them are our neighbours.
Is there any other discussion? Are you wanting to take these separately? Cool. Okay. So look, I'll take that. Denise, do you want to use your right of reply at all?
I have changed my mind about LGNZ because I was probably one of the ones who thought that it was a waste of money, and I'm not a huge fan of conferences and all of that, rubbing shoulders with people not interested. But I went to the LGNZ one here in Christchurch, and it did change my mind. And one of the things that's changed my mind is there is different people leading it. We have to remember the people leading it prior to this year were the same people leading the council here. So the people leading it are really good. They've got really good intentions of turning it around. We heard opinions from all different sides of the political spectrum. They are really helping to inform us about all this amalgamation and all the reforms, and likewise with the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. I'll talk to that as well, because I didn't think we needed that either. But I think we do. We need all of it, and we probably need all the help and support we can get. I think that was everything that I was going to say. Oh, and we just need to be selective about the people who attend conferences, how many people attend, make sure they report back properly, and obviously pay for their own dinner.
And I think if I can add something, I think in my view, in the barrel that we are looking down, I at this current point for this financial year would rather be in the tent than out of the tent, because in my view there is power in numbers in the situations that we have in front of us. And Sam, look, I 100% respect your view too, of where you come from. I don't think I need to say anything more, really. Okay. First resolution there is LGNZ's continued membership. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against?
No. Aye.
And so no, I had John, and then the yeses I had was Sophie.
You included me in that no, didn't you? Sorry, just wanting to...
Obviously, Samuel. So in the yeses I had Sophie, Sarah, Race, and Aaron. Call it carried. Would you like your division recorded? Okay. Cool. I've got that written down for you, Paul. Next one is B, which is Canterbury Mayoral Forum. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Cool, that one carried. And then C there, I probably should have done those together, which was to not fund year 3 of the Climate Change Partnership, noting that year 2 is carry forward. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? So an abstain from Sophie and against from Sarah. Cool, call it carried. Team, that brings us to the end of the decision-making matrix. In the paper on tab 12, there is 2 resolutions. One is to accept the deliberations update report, And the other one is direct staff to amend the draft annual plan based on the decisions that we have just made. Is there a mover for those resolutions? There, Tracy and Sophie. Is there any discussion needed on that? Race.
Just to go back to the potential 500k on the environmental that was saved, because it's part of this.
Well, it's not 500k from us. That was the 500 collective across the councils. Yeah.
Yeah. So our portion of that,
57.
Is that going into a holding pot, or is that just being absorbed?
It was already excluded.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? There being none, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Call it carried. All right. Tab 13, safer speeds for Selwyn. A hearing panel. Thanks, team. Great, so we've got Tim, Steve and Sam. Okay, over to you guys when you're ready.
Sorry, I had to, I didn't know which button to press. So you've got the paper in front of you. Just one thing, we're just here to establish a hearings panel. We're not going to go into any of the detail currently on the consultation. So over to you guys, really.
Okay, councillors, are there any questions here on this report? I think what I'm looking for is names of people who would like to be on the hearings panel. I just, but Paul, for you, for just the resolutions there, I talked to councillors. I think that actually the hearings panel can elect their chair. They can decide amongst themselves. I don't think that a council will need to decide who the chair is going to be. So I've asked for 3 councillors for a panel, which I think is a good number. On my list, I have Denise, Aaron, and John. Have been voluntold. Wonderful. Team, while this has just been written up, are there any questions? Is there anyone else that wishes to be on the Safer Speeds hearing panel? There being none, I look for a mover for the 3 resolutions there. Tracy, and a seconder, Big Red. Is there any discussion? Apart from go well and best wishes. But not fast. You're welcome. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Whitecliffs Bridge. All right. David, you're running the show on this one?
Yes, I am, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I won't go through the paper, I'll take it as being read, but I did just want to highlight a couple of pertinent points, I suppose, to make sure that people have picked up on them. But this is obviously all about really a cost increase of the budget for the project. But a few things to must be aware of, I suppose, that the bridge is 90 plus years old at the moment, and it is near the end of its life, or is at the end of its life. We've applied for some additional NZTA funding. We were hoping that we would hear tomorrow, but we just heard today that that might be deferred. I'm not sure until when. Apparently they've had been some restructuring with NZTA, which is having an impact. So we're just trying to find out more about that at the moment. As part of the process of looking through that, we have looked at some different options, which is effectively transferring all the traffic onto a parallel road, which is an unsealed road with a ford that, my understanding is, it floods several times a year every time there's a bit of rain, so it's not a very desirable thing. But we've also compared it with doing the same route with upgrading it to provide a similar level of service. Probably one of the things to really have a good look at is on page 3 under 4.2, there's some photos there. And you'll see in particular the two photos on the right-hand side of what's actually holding the existing bridge up, and which is a bit, don't want to scare anybody who uses it, but it highlights just how it is at the end of its life. The costings that we've been doing with things is based on what's an industry thing as being what's called a P50, so there's literally a 50% chance of it coming in under and a 50% over. But that's sort of the industry standard, so that's what we're working to. Just by way of example, P50 is 6.88 million, but a P95, which is once again a 95% or 5%, is 7.2 million, so that sort of gives you the feel for the range of expectations. As you see, we've submitted a funding application. One of the critical points is that NZTA currently has an end-of-life bridge replacement fund. So that is due to expire at the end of June next year, just over 12 months' time. It might get renewed, but we don't know. But there's a real risk that if we don't grab hold of funding while we can, that we may miss out. And I think the other part to that is that if we were to seek funding for doing an alternative thing, then that would require another business case, and it goes up against a whole lot of other projects, so there's probably a lower chance of getting funding. I'm not saying we wouldn't get it, but it might be a lower subsidy rate or something as well. But it's just the end-of-life stuff, bridges at the moment, is a sort of a nice thing to have to be able to grab it while we can. We've looked at some economic analysis, but the big thing to have a note about is that the economic analysis is over a 40-year period, which is NZTA's criteria. But as we're targeting a bridge to have a 100+ year design life, so it's only a portion of the thing. And also the economics, you can make it look good or bad one way or another. And really what it comes down to is, do you spend money up front and build a new bridge, or do you spread it out over 10 or 20 years and have a reduced level of service over that time frame. The new bridge we're proposing has got a provision for pedestrians, so that's an extra about roughly $400,000 that's into the cost. It could be possible to delete that, but in my mind, if you're building a 100-year asset, you've got to actually think well into the future, not just the next few years. And if you try to add that on in the future, it would cost a hell of a lot more than that. And in my mind, if you don't do it now, chances are it'll never happen. And that is probably it from my perspective. And I don't think anybody else going to add specifically.
Cool. We can go to some questions. My only question here is, I just wanted clarity on if the additional NZTA funding is not secured, this will come back to us.
Yes.
Cool. If we replace the bridge, this is a conversation that has happened between myself and the community when we were doing the community planting days. They are noting that we didn't plant near the bridge, so that it could be replaced without damaging the work we had done. And the conversation came from the community is, what happens to the wood from the bridge, and can they have it to build effectively what could be picnic tables at the reserve down there?
I probably haven't thought about that, but I don't see any reason why not. Yeah.
Sam sees a reason why not, and he can answer my question in a minute. Cool. We'll go questions. Aaron.
Oh, you answered one of the questions because I was going to ask about what's Plan B if NZTA don't come to the party. But I will ask, what's your gut instinct as to how likely they are to come to the party?
I think it's pretty highly likely that, but I don't know the detail, but my understanding is that they probably haven't had as many applications to this fund as perhaps what they were expecting. So, so I think it's probably more likely than less likely.
Good, thank you.
John.
Accepting I'm only the member for Tawera Melbourne, in 4.2 and 4.3, I don't have access to the hyperlinks. And of more importance, the resolution number 5, I would feel more comfortable rather than having within approved budget and funding parameters, having the approved budget and then the dollar figure in brackets. So when people come back to look at it like me, I can say, oh yes, that's what I agreed to.
Okay. So that was under section 4.5, did you say? Hyperlinks. Okay, so apologies for that. Yeah.
I think, David, if you could just circulate it as a document.
We can get them emailed out to people, yes.
We have challenges with access to SharePoint.
Not the only one.
That makes me feel better. Agreed.
Probably in agreement with Lydia around the timber. It just seemed a waste to see it pulled out and lit on fire. The orange undercarriage of the bridge, I don't know if that's what you call it, it looks steel. Has that been replaced since the original built bridge? So how long ago was that replaced?
Yeah, I think, from memory, yes, it has been, and I think John's just saying in the 1960s, but we can probably check that out, but because I do know I have seen all the history of it, or some of the history of it, but that rings a bell from that period in time.
Sweet, so there's work done then. Reese built a dam once, so I'm really looking forward to Reese's input on this as a subject matter expert. It's going to be wonderful.
Sam.
What can I say after that? After he's brought up Reese the Hydro baby. The only thing that I'd caution on the timber is let's make sure that she hasn't had any creosote on it, otherwise you might not be wanting to eat your fish and chips off it. Although, to be fair, if I had access to that, it would I'd be making something out of it. I know I brought this up in our infrastructure meeting. Now, are we adamant that that's the best spot for it? Because I ask because you mentioned that when we were discussing the length of the actual bridge, that it was just between span tables, and it was too long to be T-shaped.
Super T.
Super T.
Yeah.
I thought it was a Chinese supermarket. Anyway, it's Big T. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it was too short to be the other one or something other, vice versa. It does sort of look like from aerial photos that we're running diagonally across the river. Whereas if we came in square, would this not be cheaper? I know that it's been proposed as a like for like, but just to clarify, we're not actually wanting to have a wooden bridge built in the wooden bridge's place, correct? No. Okay. I'm just wondering, would that actually affect the overall budget of the project?
It could do, but it could go either way, I suppose, as well. I think the other part... Sorry, we don't have land for any... Oh, that's a good point, John. Just commenting, it may result in some land purchase, which might... the other part as well is we've got what's called a specimen design, which goes out to tenders for a design build. So they still have the opportunity of being able to refine some of those things to sort of get the optimal layout within the parameters that we have as well. So there's every possibility it may be tweaked slightly to allow for that, anyway.
And retrospectively, do you have any idea if we were to exclude the pedestrian walkway now and then to tag it on, Do you have any idea on how much that would increase from the original 400,000?
I did a sort of a back a fag packet type calculation. I don't think you'll be able to tack it on to the existing bridge.
No.
You're more realistic, you probably just build a standalone small pedestrian bridge because then it can be a lower strength. Sorry, excuse me, of lower strength because it's only for pedestrians and things, and because it's trying to build an Auckland Harbour Bridge clip-on type of thing is not really practical because you have to build an extra strength into the existing bridge to allow for that to happen.
That's kind of my concern.
So could I imagine if you were to build something like a standalone thing, you'd be looking at $1 or $2 million type of thing as opposed to a saving of $400,000 now.
Yeah.
And being realistic, if you don't do it now, chances are it will never happen. In my mind, it's probably a bigger thing.
And do we know how many pedestrians are using the bridge, say, when the camping ground is all full up on a beautiful summer school holiday?
I don't know.
I can tell you that the school bus goes to the bridge to the end of the road to collect the kids that live on the other side. Because the school bus can't go over the bridge.
Yeah.
But also,
I would advise we continue that moment.
But the change in school bus routes, I'm not entirely sure that route would be taken back up like that. But I might be speaking out of turn for the school bus route. But I know that the kids do get on the bus there.
Awesome.
And it is quite a busy place in summer.
So it makes sense to do it right from the beginning.
Do it once and do it right. And I think the other one as well is you've got to be, once again, thinking of what it's going to look like in decades to come, not just in years to come.
And just to clarify, in this proposal, one of the options is if we were to remove it, it was still going to cost us $1 million.
Yeah.
Wow. A third of the total build cost. Right. Thank you.
Sophie.
Kia ora, team. Well, the bridge keeps coming back, doesn't it? So one thing that was a bit disturbing was on our page 179 was the wee note that it's got potential to be up to 7.2 million as a total budget. Hopefully it will not go that far.
Hopefully not.
If that does happen, what is the process for obtaining another $500,000?
Would have to go back to presumably yourselves and also the NZTA and ask for increased funding to be able to do that.
Okay. Given the dubiousness that we currently sit in, I'm not sure that would go very well. So I've got to bear it in mind.
Yes, no.
The other question is on our page 184, which is section 6 funding. There's an option 2 there, which is 100% SDC funding. I don't think any of us, I could be speaking out of turn, but I don't think any of us want to go there either.
I don't think any of us here do either.
I guess I know that Lydia's already asked, but nothing that's in the resolution there commits us to option 2, does it? Nope. Okay. Just because sometimes when it's in there, it almost looks like that's what we're voting on. Right. So I get, but no. To be honest, the only other thing would be, for me, is more of a question of whether we can add explicitly onto the end a number 6 that says something along the lines of agrees that should NZTA increase not be confirmed by whatever critical date there is, that then if there's another critical date by which you need a decision from us whether or not we need to take up option 2 or come up with some other kind of plan B, that we come back with that just so that it's set out to know. Because if we, I don't know is there a date by which we would need to use the funding that we already have from NZTA?
I think you're going to know relatively soon whether you've got that NZTA funding, and that was my clarity.
They've indicated it will be in June. They've indicated it will be in June, but not necessarily tomorrow.
Because if
this June, yeah.
This June, because if the NZTA funding isn't approved, then these guys are going to be back in July.
Yeah, that's right. So under item 4, we've got approves proceeding with the tender process subject to and on confirmation of NZTA Transport Agency funding increase. So we there's no intention to go to the market unless we've got both agreement from yourselves and from NZTA.
Okay. I guess I'm just worried that there might be a time limit on the NZTA money that we already have. Is there?
Well,
Does that have to be used
effectively
by-
that's the end of June next year to spend
Next
it.
year.
Next year
Okay,
at this
so it's
point
not
in
that it's
time.
this year. That was kind. I guess I should have been more specific. Was worried that we have to make a decision by
Yeah.
June 30th this year,
Yes.
and we're still waiting for them to come back on. Sorry guys, the price went up.
Yeah, we do need to be conscious, I suppose, is that there's obviously a reasonable construction period to build it all. So trying to get to the market sooner rather than later is desirable, especially as it is a design build, and the first few months will be the design phase, and then there'll be sort of a 6 or 8 month construction period type
Fair
of thing.
enough.
So it's yeah.
Okay, scratch that. I won't try adding extra things into a motion then. The only other question I had was Evan Frew, our community board member. It was actually, I think it was his personal submission on the annual plan. But one of the things that he mentioned as a concern for this bridge was that at the moment there's a bit of an agreement with the transport companies, which he would know plenty about, being a Frew, that they don't tend to go through the village when they're loaded up. And part of that is the bridge, but then part of that is actually the people in the village are quite appreciative of the fact that they do use Riversley Road when they're full. That said, we're about to build a bridge that will allow them to go across the bridge and go through the village anytime they like.
Yes.
Is there any way that we could potentially look at some sort of restriction for, livability factors for them?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. We could probably Gareth's disappear, but he's probably the.
That's right.
the
To be honest, that won't be a
Gareth
problem
is-
until we've actually built the bridge, but it'd be
Yeah.
nice if somebody could tickle that along in the background because it wasn't a bad point.
Sarah.
Just to absolutely clarify, so this is a like-for-like replacement with the addition of a pedestrian bridge, because at the moment it's a one-way bridge, right?
Yes,
And so it
yes.
is going to continue to be a one-way bridge.
Yes.
Single
Yeah,
lane.
Yes, it is. Single lane with pedestrian added access added onto the side of it.
Awesome. And in terms of the step off the bridge for pedestrians, has that been accounted for in the cost? Sort of, do they step onto a verge, or will there be sort of a pathway for pedestrians, etc.?
I can't remember that detail.
That's part of the principal requirements that they will need to do a transition off. From memory, it doesn't join into a footpath at the moment.
Yeah.
Because it's all
No,
on the other
there's-
side of the road.
Yeah.
So that there isn't a requirement for a footpath at either end, other than across the bridge.
But the costings do include the
They
approach
include
road work.
a smooth transition and the road works into the bridge. So road realignment that is required to get into the bridge from a vertical and horizontal point of view.
Lovely, thank you.
Cool. No more questions. Brace. A resident expert. Your light wasn't on, mate.
Go on, dive in. No, across this, I think that I would be more in the scenario of deleting the walk bridge. As you say, the bus will be able to go across it. That's the main use now. It's low end. The community doesn't want the trucks going through it. There is a ford. There is an alternative route. If this bridge fell over tomorrow, what would we be doing? We'd be going through the ford, we'd upgrade the ford, and that's where we would go. And then people would drive around. So at the moment, without the funding knowledge of NZTA, which is sounding highly likely, the Kiwi Rail budget section of that, those would make this far more palatable to vote up.
Thanks. Okay. There's resolutions 1 through 5, noting that if NZTA funding isn't successful, these guys will be back on the doorstep with this paper. Is there a mover for the resolutions that we have in front of us? Big Red. Is there a seconder? Aaron. Is there any discussion? There being none, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Grace, would you like it noted? Okay. Call it carried. Thanks, team. Best wishes. Here's an interesting one, tab 5, local approved products policy. Wonderful, cool. Happy to hand over to you whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is actually a fairly simple resolution, in theory. It's a rollover of the existing council local approved products policy with a couple of wording fixes to reflect legislative change since 2014. So the Psychoactive Substances Act 2013 allows council to have a policy that assists the decision maker, which is not council, when they are making a decision to grant licenses to sell approved products. Remembering that there are no approved products at this time. So this is a rollover of an existing policy, just in case at some point in the future, the regulatory authority, which is basically the Ministry of Health, decides that there is something that is sufficiently low risk that it can be sold. Any questions?
Sarah.
Just because a product might get approved for sale doesn't mean that we have to make provision for the sale of it in our district.
Yes, we do.
Dang. And does the Psychoactive Substances Regulatory Authority provide advice as to the likelihood that psychoactive substances may be introduced to our country?
They're the people who receive applications to license products, and if they meet all of the tests, would then license them for sale. It's currently basically impossible to get a license because gaining a license requires animal testing, and animal testing is forbidden.
Super, thank you.
John.
So do we have a local authority, local approved a LAP currently, or would that be established once psychoactive substances became available?
We do already have a policy, it's attached to the report.
No, but do we have a committee?
The authority, yes, it sits within the Ministry of Health.
So just being technical, rather than a local approved products policy, should it have in brackets psychoactive substances? Because it seems to me it's a very specific, it doesn't have, unless I've missed something, wider application.
Can do.
Sam?
Yeah, this one sort of really confuzzled me, to be fair. Okay, let's say, for example, tomorrow magic mushrooms are approved for distribution as long as you buy them from the warehouse. And they would be legally able to dispense them because they fall within our mapped area.
They would be able to, yeah. So
Yeah.
Taking your hypothesis,
Yeah.
magic mushrooms become a licensed product, and
They have a license.
a local retailer applies to
Yeah.
the authority for a license to retail. When the authority is making a decision to grant or decline that license, this policy is one of the factors that they take into account in approving that license.
Okay,
So if it's within, if it's a site that's within this area that currently exists, then that would lean towards, if all of the other boxes are ticked, a license to retail would be granted. Whereas, for example, if the site that they were proposing to retail from was outside this area, the licence would not be granted.
But is that definitive that if it's not within that zone, it wouldn't be granted a license? That's kind of what I was curious about, because I know, I mean, Jimmy's minced face store decides to put in a fast track application that ignores anything that we put in line and gets approval. Just again, hypothesis. So it would have to be in this zone to be approved, or not.
Ultimately, the decision doesn't sit with council.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
It sits with the licensing authority. However, if we didn't have a local approved products policy that determined where we would like those products to be sold, if in fact any were improved, then it could be approved to establish retail outlets anywhere across the Selwyn region. So the decision doesn't sit with us, but one of the determining factors is the location before they would grant a licence.
Can we make any amendments to the current layout? Because I don't think being smack bang onto the door of the youth council's great in its current proposal.
If the council would like to make any changes to the policy, we're looking at a special consultative process, and it's not currently funded.
It's a shame that we've put it smack bang onto the Rolleston Community Centre. I mean, great if you're doing high ropes or Cirque du Soleil or laser tag. All right, thank you.
Aaron.
The last comment's partially answered my question, I guess. How do we arrive at the area that's on the map? And is there a minimum sized area that we're required to designate?
The area that's shown on the map is the area that was the equivalent of the town centre zone in Rolleston in 2014. It's grown a bit since then, but that is the area, that was the basis for choosing that area at that time. There's no minimum area sized
so
that we are required to have. But as I say, if the council would like to make changes to the policy, then there is a process that we need to go through.
And that could be a special consultative process. Could it also be something we would roll into the LTP, or is it a completely separate thing?
The Act requires a special consultative process.
And that costs quite a lot of money, doesn't it?
It's not cheap.
Sorry, just to interject, I think the special consultative process that we do with the LTP could well include this if we wish to do it. I don't think it would need to be a separate process. You could probably do that, I think. Yes, I'm getting nods from the people who actually know the answer to that, so yes.
Yeah, just to confirm what Michael said, we could use the LTP as the vehicle to launch the consultation, but you would likely need to use separate hearing and deliberations to deal specifically with this item. But we could be efficient-ish, I hate to word that word, but we could be more efficient by combining the two together. It's possible.
Can I just add something further to that? Bearing in mind, there are no approved products since this legislation came in. There were only ever interim products approved back in 2013. And once this legislation came in, those products were removed from the market. So I just think we need to consider that there are no approved products, and there hasn't been since 2013.
I think, yeah. What you're saying to me is this is a just in case from when the Act was established, 2013, and you're asking us to roll this over for just in case.
Yes.
Okay. Race.
Yeah, so page 210 is the map, and I would suggest that, well, I feel that we're potentially trying to talk about reducing that back down to the intersection and keeping it next to the cop shop, coincidentally. But if we're just talking about the actual map zone and reducing the size, but keeping the policy, is that a consultation?
The map forms part of the policy.
Oh, thought it was just an indication. Oh, okay. No, but that's okay. So really, the place where this could be enacted is if marijuana was legalised in New Zealand.
For example,
then that wouldn't require animal testing.
If it then went through the approved products policy process, and I don't think it would, but that's probably more of a Jackie thing.
So cannabis sits under a different piece of legislation.
Okay.
It sits under the Misuse of Drugs Act, and it sits under a schedule and quite separate from psychoactive substances.
Right, thank you. That's the clarification. Thank you.
So with the clarification from Michael that we could maybe do an efficient consultation should we choose to, and noting this is just in case, so it's sort of not urgent, but if we have an opportunity to adjust things more efficiently, because if we look at the current map, probably thinking that's not optimal anymore because things have changed since it was set in, I think you said 2013 or something like that. So if we took a decision that ideally we would like to revisit the map, and then we could roll something into the LTP, what does that mean we need to decide today?
The existing policy doesn't expire just because it's well over for review. So doing nothing would be an option, as would rolling over the policy now to use a map that's a little bit clearer with current sets of information and clean up those legislative quirks. You could still choose to review the policy through any LTP process if you chose to, including deciding that should a product be approved or should an application for approval be received by the authority at some point in the future, that might be an appropriate time to review the policy, because this is an emotive topic. As soon as you start talking with our community about let's amend this policy, there will be a perception in the minds of a portion of our community that substances are either available or about to become available, and so you will need to think carefully about whether that is a conversation you want to have.
I'm wondering then if perhaps we let this lie on the table, you come back to us with what things we should consider, such as what you've just described, what the costs of doing an LTP or adding it onto the upcoming LTP, because that's the most immediate opportunity we might have, what costs that would bring, and then the pros and cons of doing that, because it seems like you're saying if we let this policy currently sit as it is, we're not any worse off. But if we decide to ratify it now and say that's a done deal, we're closing off a potential opportunity to give it a little tweak, if you like, to make it more fit for purpose 10 years on from when it was initially started to be talked about.
Sophie.
My question is do you think that there would be enough staff time and resource available to actually review this even during the long-term plan, given the sheer amount of reform that we've got going on at the moment?
No.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Back to Sam.
Although, got to be really careful how I say this. although there might not be any pre-approved psychoactive substances currently, that still doesn't mean that they're not being sold from commercial enterprises today. So, in saying there are certain, trying to think of how I catch a lawsuit on this. There are certain organisations that are pretty much in, I'd say, nearly every town, well, at least city in NZ, that you can buy things that weren't originally intended for the purpose of which people were purchasing them for, that are a psychoactive substance, but they're sold under the premise of something else. So I think it would be wise preventing for future amendments if we did just shift that boundary back. And I would really like to see if there was a way that we could do that without stimulating an SCP. To get it away from our Rolleston Community Centre. I don't want it to be the hack circle that was in Christchurch in the 10 years ago. Thank you.
John.
Yeah, it just seems to me that leave it as it is. Why change it? And my question is, there's no immediate disadvantage or long-term disadvantage just leaving it as it is, and then taking on board that if at some stage it does need to be changed, I agree that it would be much better to redefine the area to make it a more focused area.
So, John, before you turn your light off, does leaving it as it is mean adopting it so it is current?
It's been expired for X number of years, so I can't see any disadvantage in adopting it to make it current. Leave sleeping dogs lie.
I'm actually just going to take, if you don't mind, just going to take you on a bit of a journey, the psychoactive substances journey. So the core problem in the early 2000s was that there was synthetic drugs that were being created and they couldn't fit into the Misuse of Drugs Act legislation. And because of the fast-paced nature of the psychoactive substances that were being developed, central government were trying to ban them one by one as they came in. They flipped it on its head, central government, and they said there's too much of a burden on us trying to restrict these as they come into the country. So we're going to create a Psychoactive Substances Act in 2013, setting up sort of a regulatory body to control the substances. And that's when they said to local council, right, you have an ability to create a policy, but that policy can only control the area where you can sell the product, or retailers can sell the product if in fact we approve a product. So what we did was we adopted a policy in May 2015. At the time we adopted the policy, there was a clause that said we had to review it within 2 years, so it was due for review in 2017. However, just because it wasn't reviewed didn't mean that it wasn't current. Then some regulations came through and gave us an ability to also review the policy, and then the next review date was within 5 years. So what we're sitting on at the moment is a policy that we've had since 2015, should have been reviewed in 2017, it wasn't. And so the reason we're bringing this to the councillors now is actually because it really is overdue a review. And that is why we want councillors to consider, should we roll the current policy or should we go out and formally consult on the policy? So that's the history.
So we're in breach since 2017. There's nothing happened. We're going to be in another breach. There's going to be no legal action or anything like that happening. So why waste time because it seems to me that a view around the table is that what was appropriate in 2016 is not appropriate in 2026. So back to leave sleeping dogs lie, and I'd be happy to move that it lie on the table.
Denise.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I know. So if they license a product, supposing there was a product and they licensed it, would we have enough time to relook at the policy before that product came onto the market here and what have you?
Once it is licensed, probably not.
Would we know that it's in the process of being licensed? No.
I suspect that the authority receiving its first application would probably receive some media coverage.
Yeah, so there would be time. At that time, we could revisit it at that time.
There is potential for that.
I'm kind of contradicting John here. I'm tempted to say that we vote. Well, I think having something that says 2015 and it should have been reviewed and it should have been looked at. I think we do need to bring it that we have at least looked at it and it says 2026. Yeah, I don't know.
Thanks, nice.
And
We're going round for second goes. Reece, you haven't had a go yet. Aaron, do you want to?
Oh, sorry, I'm up.
Yep.
Now I can smile and say I have had a go. Just going on this, if we look at this, there's a timeline used in the in March, Risk and Audit Committee had a look at this. Is that correct?
No.
Well, it's written here, in January 2026, April 26, officers completed a review of the risk management policy and framework. This review...
We're on the next tab, mate. We're on 15.
Oh, yeah, that's
We're
good.
back, yeah.
Yeah, I do. So to complete my questions and answers, I think we should move this forward and refresh the policy, putting a peg in the sand and look at it at the LTP.
Look, personally, my view on this is a rollover, and I think, John, I probably challenged you on a little bit of letting sleeping dogs lie. Is that, in my view, the dog is just going to roll over and sleep on the other side, and I think it comes to what kind of council we want to be. Do we want to be a council that has a whole bunch of policies that are out of date and floundering around, or do we want to be a council that actually has policies that are up to date and working through them? And so either we roll this over, noting that there are no approved products in the country yet, or you leave this on the table or bring it to LTP situation. I mean, I don't have a problem with rolling it over, to be honest.
Strategically, I wondered if I line up with John in that if you leave the old date on it, when you go to consult on it, that's a good rationale, is because it hasn't been updated. We haven't had a need to update it until that point. And whether that point's next year or not, if we sign it off now and in 6 months' time someone's approved a product and we need to go, oh shit, we better fix the boundary, then we look foolish, because if we're genuinely bringing it up to 2026 standards, we need to go through the process of reassessing the boundary. If we're just going to roll it over, then we're just doing that to make ourselves look good, because the date's new and nothing's changed. And I think we should be more honest and say, we haven't changed it, we've consciously made a decision not to change it because there's no pressing need, and if a need arises, then we will act.
So then my recommendation would be that this goes back to the governance and law portfolio where you assess policy, which is you. And Tracy. I think, Steve.
Yeah, I think touching on the points that have been raised, The difference between leaving it lie on the table and adopting it is zero. And actually, I think the policy review program and the work we're trying to do as an organisation is to get rid of some of these old policies that haven't been reviewed and addressed in some time. And Aaron, that doesn't take away from any ability for council to change any policy at any time if circumstances change. I think the team have brought, and the wasted time is basically your conversation today, is what you're going to have again in 6 months' time. I think my advice would be, if you can move this forward and there's no material difference, then you should.
Is that a third time?
No?
Second.
Yeah. Everybody else got a second. I just wanted to say the irony is that on Stuff they've got an article about a party pill person who, from 4 days ago, that's launching the empire again and legalising all the party pills. And if you look to the right, there's Shape the Future of Your Local Government. Take the survey for Selwyn District Council. You scroll down and then 60 seconds for Selwyn. So to be fair, when this stuff does go through, if something does change in policy or change in law, it will be overnight. We were flooded with the stuff when Legal Highs and Spice and all that other stuff that really stuffed a bunch of kids up. It was everywhere overnight. So I reckon we disprove it.
Can I just add?
I'll move it.
Add to that statement question. That's just drawing your attention to the technical amendments that we're considering. I'm going to read that technical amendment. The policy will be reviewed at least every 5 years in accordance with Section 69(4) of the Psychoactive Substances Act 2013, or at the request of the Council, or in response to changed legislative or statutory requirements, or in response to any other relevant matter arising under the Act.
Cool. Sophie and Sarah, Denise, discussion.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, obviously we want our community to be safe, but I think we
100%.
we can roll this over, like vote for this, and then we can have an emergency meeting if it needs to change the policy. We can do that, should that situation arise.
We can.
Yeah.
So from reading the legislation, we're covered, I believe, by point B, or at the request of council. So we're lawful there. And I just have the concern that we're actually saying the current zoning is an appropriate zoning if anything gets approved overnight.
Motion to move. I'm sorry, motion to close. I think we've chatted about it enough. We can't make any change to it unless it's an SCP.
Well, Sam,
Can I just ask one thing?
Yes, go, quick.
So we do this, but
I have
it's
one.
somewhere in the background with the staff who obviously have nothing else to do all day. Could they? No, I mean, as in they're probably too busy. Could they look at what the zone they would suggest for should it happen at some point in the future? That's all. Like that's, just look at narrowing the map or what would be a better area. That's all. But roll it over. Just
honestly,
vote for this.
I think that we should just go to the vote. I think this is rolling over something we've existingly had. We have many avenues and opportunities should something arise that we need to address this with. I'm going to go to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? John would like his recorded. Call it carried. Thank you.
No.
Okay. Risk management update. Welcome, Michael, Dom, Sonia. Reese, this is the one that has been through A&R. All right, over to you, team, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. So we've been working on refreshing the policy and framework over the past 6 months, starting with the risk appetite workshop that we held with you all at the end of last year. And we've been working with the Audit and Risk Committee and staff on the feedback and endorsement received from Audit and Risk last month. The updated documents give council and management a clearer and more consistent approach to risk management across the organisation. Together, they will strengthen governance oversight without adding unnecessary process. We're proposing that the framework is now owned by ELT going forward. This provides clear accountability for day-to-day risk management and allows timely, efficient updates to support increased management maturity over time. We've also included the outputs from the risk appetite workshop held in December. These descriptions and appetite levels complement the framework by providing clearer guidance on the level of risk council is willing to accept, supporting more consistent decision making and risk discussions across the organisation. Today, we are seeking council's support for this updated approach so that risk management can continue to mature in a clear, practical and consistent way across the organisation. This will be subject to ongoing review and refinement, but it is an important step in council's risk journey. Thank you.
Great. Do we have any questions on the report in front of us? Okay. There have been no questions. Everyone was exhausted from the previous tab. Okay, look, the resolutions are up there then, team. Note that this has all been through Audit and Risk twice. And Sonia, we had quite a robust discussion the first time that landed. And I can see the changes that have been made there around the policy and the framework being practical, easy to understand and implement, which means that you have a better success rate in this. So is there a mover for these? Sophie, and a seconder. Sam, is there a discussion? Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to put on record that I've got a degree of discomfort with the definition of likelihood that we use. Not that it fundamentally makes the risk management process flawed, but I think it's less efficient than it could be, and our risk register becomes filled with large amounts of red and orange that probably overestimate the actual risk.
Thank you, Aaron. Tracy.
I just want to support Aaron's point. I think that I understand the intent of it all, and I get all of that. It just keeps coming back to our tolerance for risk and how we paint risk in order to prioritise what we're looking at. But then there are other things that go on that are actual life and death situations that we let linger for 1-2 years. And I have a particular example in mind, which was the subject of a discussion yesterday, and it's that what makes this really difficult as a governor to sit here and go, so on the one hand we've got this template, yay, but on the other hand over here the template doesn't appear to be in the conversation over here at any point, and this risk over here is a life-threatening risk. So I support what Aaron's saying. I'm just wondering if there is another way for us to express what we're trying to express. I have no doubt that other organisations are using this particular way of doing it, but there may be organisations who are using a different template, which may help to allay some of what Aaron's concern is and what mine is around the terminology, and therefore that I think Aaron is saying that it sort of is pushing us into a position of being risk intolerant to the point that we have so much red and that some of it is not imminent, which is what I would expect red to be. I would expect red to be, this is a really high level of danger. If we don't do something, then the consequences are enormous. And Aaron had a very good example yesterday, which I can't remember. Was it to do with consultation with mana whenua? If we don't consult with mana whenua, of course there's a consequence. But is it red? Is it dire? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, look, I think having received the feedback and again, that a really good point made, Tracy, is I think as we bring these update and progress reports back to audit and risk, then I expect that is the sort of testing that now goes through this level of transparency we're putting on our application of risk into our council decisions, into the way in which we conduct our business, and to what we really look at with detail. So I would expect as we get into this now, this is the framework, this is your approval, and now we use audit and risk as the lens to test us as staff as to are we doing our job and are we applying the tolerance in the lens appropriately.
Cool, thank you. Sam?
I'd just like to say this is sort of in keeping, it follows standard risk matrix reporting. Yeah, I know a lot of the time people, when they look at red, mean dead. It doesn't when you're an electrician, but predominantly you err on the side of caution when it comes to a risk matrix. And to be fair, if somebody dies, then all other prevention, mitigation, and elimination, not in that sense, has failed up until then. So although death is, of course, and serious injury, of course, is always going to be listed in a risk matrix, it shouldn't be everything else is green and orange, and then only if you die do you reach red, because there are a lot of other, and especially on an organisation that's so multifaceted like ours is, there's 151 ways we can be red or dead. Yeah, just my perspective, but I get what you're saying, Aaron.
Just quickly to talk to that, but we're talking, when you talk about a risk matrix, in that red can be reputational, but then there's financial, then there's personal, and so you can have a spectrum of colour chart. You don't just have a red, orange and green, and you can have it on what affects this business, not just it's a construction or it's an administration role. So I would suggest that for further input in the future, we look at where it's affecting the business and whether it's actual life or death bleeding out or it's reputational, where I can see the mana whenua argument would be red if it was just based on reputational. And so that is about the selection process of how you do your risk matrix.
And just to clarify, the issue with there being lots in red and yellow is not when they genuinely should be red and yellow, but is if you use a process that drives you towards being, I guess, risk averse, so that you end up with lots in red and yellow. This is when you go to manage them, where do you start? Because if 3/4 of the things are at a high risk level, which ones should you focus on? Whereas if you've got a slightly more refined, shall I say, matrix, where some of those things you actually say, well, they start red, but we've mitigated and it goes to yellow, or some of them might go down to green, and you've got a little bit more of a teased out spectrum of risks. You can see, well, these ones, even though we've done all of those things, those ones are still orange and red. Those ones there are the ones you need to prioritise. Where can we improve? Where can we put extra safety steps in?
Thanks, Aaron. Look, I think we are young on our risk journey, and this is the start of this, and we've got plenty of work to do through audit and risk of effectively testing it out and doing what you're talking about, Aaron. So look, I think your feedback's really valuable, and take that on board. I've got to move in a second to There's no more discussion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstain for Aaron? Cool. Call it carried. Okay, team, that takes us to the end of public meeting today. There's a resolution to exclude the public for insurance renewal. Can I have a mover for that? Reese, and a seconder, John. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. We'll just wait for the live stream to stop. So 5. What it was is just to delegate, I asked that you delegate to me the authority to grant Councillor Munt a leave of absence if she so wishes to. So that is in negotiation with her. Well, Aaron's happy to move, John's happy to second. Is there any discussion needed? No discussion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, call it carried. Thank you very much. We have Steve with public forum. You're not done just yet. Yeah.
For Mr. Connor, we just acknowledge his submission and turning up, and I'll give him a summary of the outcomes of the notice of motion, knowing that he will have been there and seen this by the time he gets the letter from me. In terms of responding to Kirralee and to the Upper Selwyn Huts Residents Association, it's a big thanks from them for the great collaboration between our staff and the community on, I think, achieving a really balanced result for that community, and it reinforces the collaborative efforts we've been putting in together over the last half a year or so. And I think that's a great testament to the community. So that'll be the two responses I'll send back.
Great, thank you. I don't think any discussion's needed on that. That being said, I'll close the meeting with karakia. Unahia, tapo, tapo, kia wātia. Ai, kua wātia. Thank you, team. Great productive day.